When I start recording this video, we are the 23rd of November 2022, and where I find myself in Alsace, in the eastern part of France. It's 5:14 p.m. and I intend to talk for a few hours while commenting the documents that I have been using to order my worldview, order my life, organize my thoughts, my Weltanschauung. And I have not planned consciously what I'm about to say. I've just taken a few notes. The documents that I intend to introduce. First I will say what is the reason which motivates consciously my decision to publish, to first to record and then to publish this video. I don't know when it will be published, but I am recording this now. I've understood, first, my name is Lucas Götz. I'm a French citizen, but I live in the Germanic part of France. And I will do a bureaucratic work, maybe the last time or one of the last few times where I do this, where I share my documents. I will comment briefly, depending on the documents, but I will comment my documents. And I've understood over the past few months, few weeks. I understood this years ago, but I forgot, or I deluded myself. But when people speak on the internet, consciously, they might think that they speak to a specific audience, someone they intend to reach through a VR, a video response, their followers, their subscribers, a potential market of consumers of internet content that they aim at reaching or attracting, etc. But actually, when people talk on the internet, their thoughts, their content becomes available to anyone potentially with an internet connection. Potentially broadly 4 billion people. So, any human being who thinks can access the content being published on the internet in real time. When a famous artist publishes a new clip, a new single, a new music video, millions of people can access directly and worldwide and connect and share the same content and react at the same time, etc. I've understood this. So potentially, I can talk to anyone. The most powerful world leaders. But why would they listen to me? I have to have something interesting to say. I've talked about God and spirit in many of the videos that I've published. As of now, I have published 534 videos broadly, with a total of broadly 23,000 views, which means an average of 42 views per video on average. More than 530 videos. Yeah. So I've understood that the internet enables the coming into consciousness of a world community, the global village. Anyone can talk potentially to anyone else. But then there are the barriers of language, education, intelligence, interest, access to technology, leisure, etc., etc. But potentially, I can talk, or anyone can talk to anyone else. But then will the other get the message, and when will he or she get the message? What will he or she understand, etc., etc. And also through the internet, all the thoughts produced by thinking humans all over the planet are made accessible in real time. So there's a great mass of information coming from everywhere, every website. There are informations of all types about various topics, the sciences, economics, sociology, politics, culture in the broadest sense, entertainment, religion, philosophy, music, etc. But what is lacking is a structure, an ordered structure of this totality of information, to bring about structure and order within this overflow of information. And that's what I've been working on, consciously or unconsciously, in 2022 and already in 2019 when I started publishing videos. Yeah. Also, so the purpose of this video is to share my documents. Not all of them, I've already shared most of them previously, but here all at the same time, to share parts of my worldview, to try to share the structure of the totality. And here I will comment, when I'm done introducing briefly, I will comment this how do you call this, drawing. No, it's not a drawing. Here the limitation of my English are made apparent. I don't know how you call this, but yeah, the design, yeah, I will go a little bit, yeah. Here, can we see, these are, I will, it's written, do we see? Okay, I will first, we see the German, and I will let the German and the English translation. Hopefully we can see, yeah. So that this is a comment about the previous drawing, yeah. People are free to read and understand whatever they understand. I will comment myself later, but then I can continue my introduction. Yeah. I will try to implement, as long as I publish video, the links to the 2 or 3 or maybe 5 latest video that I have published in a chronological order, so that people can follow my development eventually, as long as I publish videos. Because here I will make another comment. I know that I improve intellectually every waking hour, because each new experience that I encounter, whether reading the news, reading a book, meditating, making introspection, talking to people, encountering information in my everyday life, I mediate these informations, whatever form they may take, through my conceptual understanding, in a way, my structure, the structure of my mind, and I gather new knowledge that I interpret through the knowledge that I have accumulated, and it helps me interpret the world differently, to adjust, to reconsider sometimes, to reinterpret my worldview. So that's one of the reasons why I've been reluctant to speak continuously or to publish as many videos as I can or as I could, because I know that whenever I publish a video, it will be outdated in the few hours following its publication, because I will have added new information and new interpretation, etc. So I constantly reinterpret, improve, I become smarter and or wiser. Sometimes they are contradictory. Sometimes an excess of intelligence is contrary to wisdom. Mr. Peterson, you made a video about this that I watched a couple of days ago. Very interesting. The link to the video will be in one of my documents. So yeah, and also my intention is to provide order, a conceptual structure for the totality of being, the totality of all information, all thoughts, all knowledge produced by human beings in this day and age, in 2022, but in the 21st century and in the entire process of human history as well. This totality of being, this field of information becoming conscious of itself, is one of the definitions of God, one might say. Also, the reason which motivates my willingness to share my documents is a sense of duty. Namely, I know that sharing knowledge is good. It can be sometimes what word would I use? It can eventually bring a disruption, in a sense that it reshapes, restructures the worldview of others. But I have come to a point where I am willing to share with this video the fruit of months, years of work, intellectual work, not real blue-collar work, but intellectual work. But there has been a little bit of administrative, bureaucratic work, like what I've been doing, what I'm still doing, maybe with this video, but I want to abolish the bureaucracy. Yeah, so I know that I have to share my documents, that they are not finished, they are not complete, so I'm willingly taking. It's not a risk, it is partly, but I willingly sacrifice intellectual rigor and systematicity and accuracy, because I know that these documents are not finished, because they try to reflect my interpretation of reality, and reality is constantly moving. So they are constantly being updated. I have tried to update them daily, some of them, but it goes too fast. But I share a fragmentary worldview, and I invite others, whether they are English speaking or from any other language, to use my documents to interpret, to complete, to use my documents, which become free when I share them. That's digital communism in a way. Yeah. Also, here I will make the same. Here's the French translation, so I can speak English, French, and ein bisschen Deutsch, aber nicht sehr gut, obwohl ich kann Deutsch verstehen, wenn es nicht zu schwierig ist. Ja, die deutsche Sprache ist sehr wichtig für Philosophie. Ja. Bestimmtheit, Besonderheit, Allgemeinheit, Einzelheit, Bestimmungen, etc. etc. So, yeah. Also, it's been 12 minutes, it's just the introduction. Also, I have been partly frustrated by other YouTubers or content creator or any public figure who shares knowledge, because there lacks the worldview. People share a fragmentary worldview at the moment when they share their article, their video, even their book, or their the knowledge that they want to share, but they do not present the position from which they talk. What do they know? What do they think? What is their worldview? And to try, instead of blaming others for lacking, for failing to do this, I said to myself, I will do this myself, so that now I will be in a position to complain about others, because I will correct in me what I have been frustrated to experience in others. It's not a lot of frustration, but sometimes when one stumbles upon a new video or a new article, one doesn't know who is talking, what is the worldview of this person. Here, I will not share my full worldview because it would be too long, but the broad structure of what I know, what I understand about reality. Yeah, and I will let people define me, name call me if they want to. I'm just Luca. As of now, this is my recent decision. I'm just Luca. That's my name. You can say... people might recognize me or not, for good or for bad. Yeah, also, I have decided recently as well that I live in the world as an empirical, as a singular individual, as a human being with a body and a mind. And I am constantly informed by my environment, simply by the fact that I exist in the world. There are informations in the form of the temperature, the sounds, the concrete aspect of the material world surrounding me. So I'm constantly informed by the physical world, or by outwardly or inwardly, the chemical reactions within my body to keep the temperature, to digest, the physiological processes, the sleep, the cognitive processes of my brain, etc. I am constantly being informed. And also the news that I read, the information in ordinary sense that I read in the news, in the books that I read, the videos that I watch, etc., etc., etc. So I am in the middle of a gigantic field of information that which we call the universe. And there are so many information constantly coming from everywhere for the very fact that I am present in the world, that I exist in the world, that I have decided recently to, instead of trying to focus solely on universal problems, climate change, geopolitical conflicts, economic policies, sociological tension, ethnic conflicts, scientific discoveries, etc., etc. I have tried to order myself as a singular individual and to become order, to become a principle of order in my immediate presence. Namely, I will show the document. I will show the here the document. Yeah. This is what I've been doing for the past weeks. Namely, I will briefly comment. I will briefly comment later, but I just show this. Yeah, now back to UPS. Yeah, so I have decided to become the center of my world, but since my world is the world, eventually to become the center of the world. I have to. That's what I think. I have to order myself so that I can radiate order and clarity and light, and not be constantly distracted by all the informations coming from everywhere. Because if I keep getting distracted by the information in the news, the videos, I just become a little bit insane because there are too many information. So I need a conceptual structure, an intellectual frame to try to stabilize and to order. So that's my bureaucratic aspect, but I do not think constantly about this. I live also my life in doing ordinary tasks like cleaning my room, cleaning the dishes, etc., taking care of the hygiene, going outside to buy supplies and food, etc., etc. But I need a conceptual frame to think about the totality of which, or in which I am a singular element, but this totality exists in my consciousness. It's already becoming a little bit too complex, but. And if I had to define myself in terms of identity, I would say that I am a German, an American, and a European. I'm not an American citizen. I'm not a German citizen either. I'm an anthropological European, but if I had to define myself, I would say that my philosophical mind, my metaphysics is German. My high culture is European and German predominantly, one might say. My overall culture, my anthropological determination is European, which means here anthropological European, which is another term for white. So when I say Europe, I mean white. Not just the Europe of continental Europe, but Europeans, white people, wherever they find themselves. And American, that's what I'm trying to become through my mindset. But America is so vast, so complex, one might say, that there are several Americas. There's just one America, but there is the historical America of 18th century, 19th century, first half of the 20th century, second half of the 20th century, 21st century. Each of these Americas, United States of America, are different. And then in the 21st century, there are so many tendencies within America that, so there's a lot to say about America. But I am leading my own American revolution, as I call this, which means for me to become competent, responsible, autonomous, self-reliant, a good citizen. That's what I've been trying to do. It has not succeeded always, but to be competent, autonomous, self-reliant, entrepreneurial. This is one of the aspects of what I would call 19th century America. Then there is the entertainment, the American entertainment of the second half of the 20th century. there's the explorer aspect of early 19th century. So there are many aspects of America, but as of now, I would define myself as seeking to become competent, reliable, autonomous, self-subsistent, not at all levels, but intellectual level at first, and with an emphasis put on the idea of liberty. That's the most important. Liberty in the realm of politics, freedom of speech, freedom of association, right to bear arms. Yeah. That's one of my goals. Yeah. And yeah, that's what I could say. So it's been 21 minutes. Now I will comment UPS. This drawing, it represents the conceptual and logical structure of everything, one might say, of human beings, but of objects as well, and I will briefly explain. Each object is a singular object, an individual object, a concrete thing, which has particular characteristics, and which is also a singularization of a universal class or a universal category, which in biology we call the genus, the species, and the individuals. And I will take very simple examples for people who might not be familiar. Fruits. Fruits would be the universal, the various varieties of fruits, apples, peaches, oranges, watermelons, bananas, strawberries, blueberries are various particular varieties, species of fruits, and each singular fruit, each edible fruit is a singular, an individual fruit, but each singular fruit contains within itself certain particular determinations, orange, apple, strawberry, blueberry, etc., etc., and the universal, namely each singular fruit is a fruit. And a fruit in general does not exist. Only singular fruits exist. Only singular strawberries, blueberries, oranges, apples, etc., etc., etc. And to elevate from the singular to the particular and the universal, it is a process of abstraction, namely leaving aside determinations, which means properties, characteristics, features, qualities, because the particular has less determinations than the singular. The example is apples in general. Here, that would be the particular type of fruit. They have no specific size, shape, color, taste. Only singular apples do. But the particular species of apple in general, they do not have a specific size, a specific weight. Only singular apples are fully determined with a specific. Each singular apple has a specific size, a specific weight, color, taste, smell, etc., etc. But apples in general have they are not fully determined, and fruits even less. The same goes for all other singular fruits. And animals, a singular dog belongs to a particular breed, a particular variety, a particular species of dog, and the universal would be dog, the genus dog. The same goes for cats and for all animals. This is how it is classified in biology. Then for humans, each singular human is who he or she is. That's the singular individual identity, one might say, with the personal history, the personal memory, the personal psychology, what is referred to as the singular individual, the individual human beings as individuals. Each individual human is a singular human, but each human has particular characteristic. Illustrations are each singular human is either a male or a female or a transgender. Each singular human has an ethnic identity, belongs to a certain ethnic group. European Caucasoid, Mongoloid, Negroid. These are the three most distinct races according to most anthropologists, but I will talk about this later. And even mixed-raced individuals, they still belong to a class of mixed-race person with a specific genetic determinations, partly Asian, partly European. That's an example. That's also a particular group of people, mixed-raced individuals, etc. But each singular human is ethnically, genetically determined. Each singular human belongs to a particular generation, namely born given within a certain timeline in the 1970s, the 1980s, the 2000s, the 2010s, etc., etc. Each singular human has a particular, belongs to a particular social class, not in a Marxist sense necessarily, but a social class, namely a social role as an economic agent. Blue collar, white collar jobs, farmer, factory worker, working in the services, highly paid job, lowly paid job, etc. Each singular individual belongs to a class, a category, sociological and or economics category, etc. Each singular individual has particular religious views, Christian, Muslim, Jew, Buddhist, Hindu, etc. Within the Christians, the Catholic, Protestant, etc., etc. Even atheist, these are a particular determinacy of the universal, which would be a religion. Atheist would be people who have no religion. But every thinking human who is mature enough in terms of intellect to know what broadly religion is or is about is a singular individual with a particular relation to religion. Yeah, the universal would be religion, the particular types of religions are the particularization, and each singular belongs to a certain group, etc., etc. It works for every determinacy, but this determinacy, anthropology, gender, demography or age, socioeconomic status, religion, etc., they are not randomly chosen. They are ordered according to a logical structure that I will talk about later. And knowing oneself means understanding all of one's particular determinacies. Yeah. And the human race, that would be the universal, but the human race does not exist independently of its particularization. There are no humans in general. There are only, in terms of anthropology, there are only Europeans, Asians, Africans, native Aborigines of Australia, native Amerindians, Southeast Asians, etc., etc. The human being in general does not exist as such, precisely because the passage from universal to particular is a process of determination, giving itself limits and giving itself a content, and it is the existence which comes out of the Grund, which means which is brought forth by the fundamental determination. Yeah. So all human beings share in common the fact that they are human beings, but they are divided, sometimes opposed by their particularities. A human being in general does not exist neither in the realm of gender. There are only males and females, and people in between in the modern ideology, etc., etc. So yeah, that's what I could say. Now I will comment with a philosophical explanation. The universal limits itself through the particularity without undergoing any change, which means the universal, whether the fruit is an apple, an orange, a banana, a mango, a coconut, it doesn't cease to be a fruit. A human being, whether he is European, Asian, African, Australian, etc., etc., he doesn't cease to be a human being. Yeah, I read in German. The same, the reverse process, when the singular is elevated to the particular or the particular to the universal, it loses its content. Namely, a single orange is more fully determined in terms of weight, size, taste, texture, color, etc., than oranges in general, and oranges in general are more determined than fruits in general. Oranges, usually they are orange. A fruit in general, it has no color, it has no specific shape. Yeah, this is an example. So the process from the singular to the universal is a process of abstraction, leaving aside determinations, and the process from the universal to the particular to the singular is a process of determination, giving a content, limits, boundaries, properties, features, characteristics, etc., etc. The universal contains the particular and the singular under itself, and so does the particular, which contains the singular under itself. So that's the classification. Under this particular, there are various singulars. Under this one, there are other singulars, etc., etc. And under the universal, there are all the particulars and all the singulars. Art contains under itself all the particular art forms. Sculpture, literature, music, poetry, cinema, etc., etc. And each singular movie, each singular piece of music, each singular or a novel or a piece of poetry is a particular type of art, which is a singularization of the universal, which is art. That's an example. Yeah, the particular and the singular are subsumed under the universal, and the same goes for the singular under the particular. What is valid from the universal is also valid for the particular and the singular. What is valid for the particular is valid also for the singular, but the reverse is not true. Namely, here that's interesting, the determinations, properties, characteristics, features of the universal, they are found in each of its particularization and in each of its singularization. And the relationship is the same from P to S, which means if one knows the universal, dogs in biology, trees in botanics, women in gender studies, the democratic countries in politics, white Europeans, European anthropological Europeans in anthropology. If one knows the universal, one knows determinations about all its particularization and all its singularization. That's why science consists in studying universal, which is valid for all. The laws of physics, they apply to any particular geographical location, whatever the climate, the laws of meteorology, they are identical everywhere, but precisely they are differentiated by the various climates, which depends on the position and rotation of the Earth, the movement of the oceans, etc., the light from the sun, etc., etc. But the laws of physics or the laws of chemistry, they are, or another example, the universal laws of physics, they are particularized in the various branches of physics, mechanics, thermodynamics, optics, etc., etc. But these are just particularization of a limited set of fundamental laws or fundamental interactions, and each singular phenomenon is an occurrence of each ray of light is a singular occurrence of a particular type of phenomena, namely optical electromagnetic vibrations, which is light, and it is a universal determination of the physical world. The spatio-temporal world of matter, movement, energy, electromagnetism, gravitation, strong and weak interaction, etc., etc. So when the scientists, what they do is to study the universal, and when the universal is known, even if it's not fully, one can deduce the characteristic, properties, features of all its particularization, and therefore one can have knowledge about all the singulars which are contained under the universal. I'll take an example from physics. The laws of Newtonian physics, Newton, in a chronological perspective, knew by understanding the universal laws of gravitation, which were not fully accurate because science is a process of self-correction, so it always improves, but given the context of the 17th century, he knew by understanding the laws of gravitation and the laws of mechanics, one might say, he knew unconsciously the movement of all human beings as physical objects. He could deduce knowledge about every single human being as a physical object without knowing singularly these persons. A chemist knows about the chemical reactions which occur within the brain or within the body without knowing all the singular individuals. An economist who knows the laws of economics, the universal laws of economics, doesn't need to study all the singular businesses, the singular societies, the particular branches of the economic world or of government intervention to know how it functions. He can deduce. Of course, he needs examples drawn from empirical life, namely on a singular concrete life, but each singular case, each singular business, each singular country, each singular state obeys certain economic laws. And the same goes for every field of knowledge. And that's why science is the study of the universal. And by knowing the universal, one knows some determinations about all the particulars and all the singulars which are contained under this universal. Yeah. An example, by studying males and females in sociobiology, by knowing males and females, there are determinations about every singular male and every singular female, whatever their origin, their age, their social status, their level of intelligence, their personal determination, the universal characteristic, they are valid for all the singulars which are contained under this universal. That's the principle of science. That's why anyone can know a lot of determinations about anyone else by studying science. Yeah. This is why, here I will make a brief comment, we live in an age where the totality of human knowledge is made available on the internet, and people with enough intelligence, leisure, money, or interest, they can know a lot about all the human beings of this planet. Mr. Peterson, you know a lot about psychology, and you can deduce through your knowledge of the universal laws or determinations of psychology, you can deduce the behavior of particular group of human, young males, older males, young women, older women. You do not talk a lot about ethnic groups, but I know you're smart enough to understand that there are determinations in this field as well. And then you can deduce knowledge about all the singular individuals which are contained under the particular and under the universal. That's why scientists and psychologists are scientists, they can know a lot about a lot of people, not by accumulating a lot of data. It's part of the empirical method of induction. Here it's a little bit technical, but by studying the universal laws, all the singulars and the particulars which are contained under this universal can be partly understood. Not fully, because only the singular is fully determined, but the fundamental determinations, they can be grasped and understood. Yeah. Then, so yeah, what is valid for the universal is valid for all the particularization. What is valid for a given particular is valid for all its singularization, but the reverse is not true. An apple can be green or red. This is true of a singular apple. but no, a singular apple can be red, but it's not true of all apples because there are green apples. And apples can be green or yellow or red, but it's not true of all fruits because there are blue fruits, blueberries. This is an example. So what is valid for the singular is not necessarily valid for the particular, and what is valid for the particular is not necessarily valid for the universal. But the reverse, so from down to top, it's not true, but from top to down, it's true. That's why studying the universal enables to deduce all the singulars which are contained under itself. But studying one singular human being, one singular apple, one singular book, one singular business, etc., it does not apply to all others. There are specificities which are specific to this singular individual. A baker, the shop of a baker, or a hairdresser, or a salesman of clothes. There are determinations which are true for this bakery, this hairdresser, this shopkeeper. They might be valid for a lot of other particular businesses, but they are not universally valid because a small business with 3 employees, the laws of management, for instance, or the laws of taxation, or the laws of production and efficiency, etc., they are not the same when the singular business has 3 employees and when it's a multinational with 2,500 employees. Yeah, they have fundamental determinations in common. They have to turn a profit or go bankrupt or go into debt, but there are particular determinations which apply only to specific groups. In the case of businesses, it depends on the size, the legislative structure, etc., 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 the country, etc., etc. Yeah, this is an example. Okay. The singular contains, however, the particularity and the universality in itself, and the particular contains the universality in itself. Another way to say this is that the particularity and the universality are inherent in the singularity, and the universality is inherent in the particular. Namely, each singular object, human being, contains within itself the particular and the universal. That's why the universal can be extracted through a thinking activity, a thinking process of abstraction from each singular individual. Yeah. And judgment, in a good sense, consists in being able to extract the particular and the universal from the singular. Every Hollywood movie, not every, but most Hollywood movie contain particular characteristic. Marvel movies, they are all different, but they are all the same because they have the same particular determinations. The same goes for video games, the same goes for socialist policies. Each singular socialist policies contain within itself the particular determination of socialism. That's why studying the laws of socialism or of liberalism, capitalism, economic nationalism in general enables to deduce all its particular and singular aspects. Each case study is a singular occurrence, a singular event, a singular phenomenon, which enables to clarify and to shed light, because each singular event or each singular human being contains within itself precisely the particular and the universal. Yeah, but it has to be extracted through a cognitive process. Yeah. The universal is wider than the particular, and the particular is wider than the singular, or said in other words, it has a more extended sphere. However, the particular and the singular have more properties in themselves than the universal, and the singular has more properties than the particular. That's the process of determination. That's why people usually, when they are not too intellectual, they think that science is dry and boring because it talks about abstractions, but the abstractions of science, be it physics, chemistry, biology, anthropology, psychology, sociology, economics, politics, etc., etc., they are contained within each of the singulars. And here I will make a brief comment that I've understood in the past couple of days. I will talk about my singular experience. When I talk to to empirical people, as I used to call this, namely other human beings, from my singular perspective, when I talk about philosophy in a vaguely serious way, namely the abstract categories, the determination of thought, the determinations of beings, quality, quantity, measure, identity, difference, ground and existence, cause and effect, etc., the concept, people, they feel, I've noticed this recently, I've understood this recently, they feel, they react negatively because talking about abstractions to people who are fully determined, they do not understand, and they feel sometimes this as a violation of their singular self, because I've understood this. People, they think of themselves as singular, fully determined individuals with their own personal identity, their own personal story, etc., etc. And I've understood this also recently, that on a singular level, I am not interested in a lot of other people as singular individuals because of my personal history of having lived isolated for many years, etc., etc. I am not interested in the singular lives of many people, but I'm interested in their particular and universal determination as a scientist, one might say, but I cannot pretend that I care about the singular life of all the others because I don't know them as singulars, because I've never had the opportunity to encounter other people, or very, very few. But there are people that I'm genuinely interested in on a singular level because of their universality and singularity, universality and particularity as well. But there are very few people that I'm genuinely interested in as human beings as such on a singular level. But as humans, as thinking agents, we all share particular and universal determinations in common. And human beings, usually they like or they enjoy being the center of attention for their singular self. They mostly women, they enjoy being asked questions about their personal life. How do you feel? What have you done? What's on your mind? What do you plan? What do you want to do? Talk me about your life, your experience, etc. That's psychology. Human beings, especially women, but males as well, they enjoy being the center of attention. Yeah, and a scientist is kind of, in this sense, is kind of anti-human, because the scientist only cares about the universal and the particulars. Namely, for a scientist, for an economist, human beings are just numbers, they are just statistics. But in their everyday life, in their real experience, real here means singular, concrete. Abstract would be the universal. In their real day-to-day experience, human beings, they do not experience themselves as being just numbers or statistics or sociological categories or ethnic categories or gender categories or whatever categories. They experience themselves as being fully determined and in relation to other fully determined humans, and they are in the realm of emotions and psychology, not in the realm of abstraction and science. It has taken me a long time to figure this out. But on a universal level, because there is only one truth in every field of science, and eventually there's only one truth, we are all identical through our mind. But we differ through our particularities and even more through our singularities. Yeah, that was a brief comment. So I've understood, that's why I improve every day, constantly, that I can appear very negative to others when I start talking seriously about philosophy, because people feel negated in their singularity by my universal categories. I take an example to illustrate. To say to, let's talk about racism, to say to an Asian person, you are a Mongoloid, the Asian person would be the singular. To say you are a Mongoloid, that would be the particular ethnic group to which he or she belongs. It is true from a scientific standpoint, but the person does not necessarily think of himself constantly as a Mongoloid, doesn't know the determinations which go with belonging to the genetic cluster called Mongoloid or Northeast Asian, etc., and doesn't want to be reduced to this aspect, because he or she has also a gender, a psychology, a relationship with his family, a social role, a job, interest, a culture, etc. It's in this way, it's negative. It is experienced as such to be categorized, to be classified as just a category. This is what is wrong morally with the excesses. I mean, it's morally wrong to categorize people without taking into account their singular self. That is the origin of racism, misogyny. All women, they are the same, says the misogynist. All black people, or all Europeans, or all Asians, they are the same. They have fundamental determinations in common, but of course the singulars are different. The racism, in a stupid sense, means to predicate usually negative determination to all the singulars which belong to a particular group. But anti-racism is the negation of the particular, to say that all humans are humans without the mediation of the particular. That's also wrong epistemologically, and it brings about moral wrongs as well. The proper balance is simply to acknowledge the scientific truth without moral judgment. That would be, the same goes with women. To say that women are not determined at all by biology, it's nonsensical. But to say that all women are exactly identical, it's also wrong as well, because the singular is more determined than the particular, etc. But to understand others, to understand the world, one has to understand the world through the mediation of U and P. Yeah. And in this sense, I comment again what I said earlier, a scientist who is knowledgeable in his or her field of endeavor or field of inquiry, he knows more about all the other humans. Let us here just talk about humans. Let's not talk about animals in general, or about minerals, or about plants, or about physical objects for the physicist, the chemist, the botanist, etc. Just about humans, the social or the human sciences. An anthropologist or a psychologist, like Mr. Peterson, knows a lot about all humans without needing or without ever being in contact with them necessarily. Of course, usually here I will take another example. The novelist, the great novelist, American novelist of the 19th century, French novelist, English, of course, novelist. Usually they are great psychologists because they are able to extract particular and universal determinations out of the study or the imagination of Russian novelists like Dostoevsky, out of singular cases, either drawn from their personal experience or the imagination of their characters. That's why the great novelist reading a great novel like Dostoevsky or Stendhal or Charles Dickens. I'm not sure that he was a great psychologist, but a great novelist for sure. But Dostoevsky or Stendhal, these are great psychologists. They go from the singular, and they talk so well about their characters that universal truths can emerge. That's the purpose of good literature from the point of view of knowledge. Yeah, and that's why here I explain another example. Males versus females. Usually, males enjoy the universal more, namely to read books about physics, chemistry, biology, anthropology in a scientific way. Females, they enjoy the singular more. That's why females enjoy reading novels. That's not a universal, but a general. It's valid quantitatively in countries where people have access to culture, education, leisure, etc. Women, they prefer novels because it's fully determined. There are concrete characters. Male, when they have the intelligence, the leisure, the time, etc., they prefer abstractions, books with statistics, graphs, conceptual explanations. It's more dry, it's more boring, but it's more rigorous in a way. And that's a distinction between males and females. Quantitatively, there are few females who enjoy reading theoretical books. It exists, but it's quantitatively very low. And there are males who enjoy reading novels, of course, but it's determined by gender. Sociological studies can show this. Yeah, that's just another example. And so for instance, someone who knows about a particular social science, he can deduce and understand all the singulars which are subsumed under this particular. Someone who knows about economics, he doesn't need to go in all the countries of the world to deduce the economic policies and their consequences on the population, on the lives of millions of people. A great economist can deduce that if a newly implemented socialist, protectionist, or free market policies is implemented in any given Southern American, African, Middle Eastern, European, or Asian country, it will have consequences for good or for bad economically, because the fundamental determination of free market economics or socialist economic policies will bring about consequences because of their fundamental determinations, which will be reflected in all the singular occurrences. Yeah, that's yeah. Okay. Yeah, and finally, the singular or the concrete is wealthier or has more greater multiplicity of determinacies than the particular and the universal. However, the universal contains more under itself, and the particular contains more under itself. So it's a reverse process. The singulars, whether these are fruits, animals, dogs, cats, dolphins, birds, human beings, cars, movies, books, they have more quantitative determinations as singulars, but they encompass a very few extended field. Just let us take an example. Horror movies. This is a particular type of movie. They have fundamental determination in them, but they encompass a few movies, because there are also comedies, romantic movies, action movies, documentaries, movies about the mob, autobiographical movies, etc., etc., epic movies, etc., etc. So the singular is more fully determined. It has a greater quantitative number of properties, characteristics, features, determinations, etc. But the universal has much lower, namely movies in general, or books in general. There are very few determinations. What is a movie in general? What does it talk about? What are the characters? What is the length? What is the style of filming? What is the budget? What is the ambition? What is the message? What is a movie in general, or a fruit in general? It's very vague. A tree in general, a human being in general, which here the word used to talk about the universal, it's very poor, very abstract in determination, but it contains under itself a higher quantitative number, namely movies. They include comedies, horror movies, action movies, novel, how do you call this? Autobiographical movies, documentaries, etc. A movie in general has very few determination, but it's so empty that it contains a lot under itself. A fruit in general, it has biological determination, but it contains oranges, apples, strawberries, etc., etc. Yeah, so it's an inverse quantitative relationship. The universal contains more under itself but has less determinations. The singular contains less or nothing at all under itself, but it has more determinations. Yeah, that's what I could say. Yeah, so every human being is made in the image of God. That's what the Bible says in the Genesis, because every human being is a singular with particular characteristic which connects him to the universal. Yeah. And it's easier for someone to understand his own particularities. I speak as a singular individual. I understand Europeans, which means white people, not Europeans of Europe, but anthropological Europeans, namely white people, wherever they live. I understand them much more than all other ethnic groups, because I myself am a European. Males, I understand males more than females, because I'm a male as a singular individual. I understand people who have grown up in the 1990s and in the 2000s, because this is my generation as a singular individual. So I understand them more than people who have grown up before or in the 2010s. The particular is the civilization. I understand Western civilization much more than Chinese civilization, Muslim civilization, Native American civilizations, Japanese civilization, because from my singular self I belong to Western civilization, but my knowledge of Western civilization enables me to understand others from my perspective. The same goes with gender, with ethnicity. My intelligence, I belong to a particular group of highly intelligent people. I have, as a singular individual, I have an IQ of probably 130, 31 maybe. I belong to a group of very intelligent people, and I understand them a lot more than less intelligent people. We'll talk about this later. So the particular and the singular are what I would call windows of consciousness, namely the singular would be a cell, like a prison cell maybe, or like a biological cell. One is closed within his or own singularity, but the particular are, or the singular as well, but the particular are windows open on the universal, and each individual can contemplate the universal, which would be God, from his or her own perspective. That's why human beings are precious, because each singular human is a window, a wealth of knowledge on the universal. Each has a singular perspective, a unique perspective on the universal. Of course, there are people whose perspective is more interesting because of their intelligence or their knowledge or their culture or their life history. I will not pretend that everyone is as interesting as everyone else. There are people who are more interesting, obviously, but each singular human is nonetheless precious in the eyes of God, because each contains a particular specific view on the totality, because of the place, not necessarily geographical, but the role that he plays within the totality. Yeah. And through the internet, all the singular people with an access to the internet, they can share their own singular and particular perspective on their life, on their experience of the world, on their knowledge, etc., etc. And the totality of all these viewpoints is, here it's borrowed from German metaphysics Fichte, the consciousness that the cosmos has of itself. And when I say that the totality of human knowledge is made available on the internet, I mean that the universal is being extracted and shared through scientific conferences and discoveries in physical sciences, social sciences, etc., all the art forms, etc., etc. Yeah. Okay, it's been 1 hour. I will just comment briefly this. What I have been doing as a singular individual over the past weeks is to try to order myself as a singular individual by reading logic, doing introspection, that's my soul, taking care of my hygiene, my diet, on a minimalist standpoint. I reduce my consumption and renouncing comfort of my singular home, which is my immediate physical environment, by cleaning my room and practicing minimalism, reducing my needs in terms of comfort and material objects. I've tried to promote reciprocal self-interest with my immediate neighbors, communication with my biological family, with my spiritual family. I've done this for weeks and months and years even. Trying to promote order in my neighborhood, one might say, by cleaning the streets when I go out and make supplies, and making donations. So these are my singular actions that I've been practicing over the past few weeks. On a scale of the village, the town, and the city where I live, I have promoted, and I will keep doing this as long as I can, promoting local businesses, and partly, I haven't had the time, but partly studied the sociology and history of the town in which I find myself, and also the region. It's valid at the level of the town and the region, and depending on the country in which you live, you can live not in a region, but in a state, or in a province. The names, depending on the administrative or cultural or historical legacy, it's different. In France, from a legislative standpoint, these are called regions or departments, not the Department of Justice or the Department of Police, but the department. Yeah, in America, these are states. In other, there are the duchies, in classical aristocratic Europe, provincias in classical Roman Empire, etc., etc. Yeah, but each singular individual is or has a mind, is or has a soul, has a body, has a home, neighbors, a biological family, a spiritual family, a neighborhood, etc., etc. The country, my empirical country from a legislative standpoint is France, but through the access of the news, I can read the news of all the countries of the world, and the most interesting country is the United States of America. This is where the life of spirit occurs. I will talk about this later. Yeah, so on a singular level in the realm of country, the important is to read the news, to study the history of the country, and to promote free speech, the right to bear arms, and freedom of association, because these are the freedoms which enable life, liberty, and the pursuit of knowledge, happiness, I don't know, but knowledge, yeah. The civilization, the same goes. I read mostly American, English, French, sometimes German newspapers. Therefore, I have a perspective on Western civilization and a perspective on other parts of the world. I have them through the particularity of Western media. I have also, by reading the news, I can have a French perspective on the US, an American perspective on continental Europe, an English perspective on the US, a US perspective on England, etc., etc. That's why it's very complex. That's why I've been trying to order my singular life, not to get too much confusion. Yeah, and the world at large, the same goes. Read the news, study history, share knowledge. So yeah, to share knowledge, this is what I have decided to do with this video, what I've been doing, but here I will share all or most of my important documents. It will be long, but hopefully enlightening. So yeah, and here I will briefly comment. This is how I have ordered my days for the past few weeks in a more and more rigorous and systematic way. And if every singular individual did this, of course, a lot of people can because they have a regular job. But if more and more people did this on a singular level, if everyone took care of his mind, his soul, his body, not in a sense of makeup and bodybuilding, but in a sense of diet, hygiene, renouncing comfort for those who are living in comfort, clean their room, etc., etc. If everyone acted like this on a singular level, an enormous amount of problems would vanish. People would be more responsible, more reliable, more self-reliant, more autonomous, healthier mentally, psychologically, physically, clinically, etc., etc. A lot of problems would vanish. This is what I understood the past few weeks, namely that preaching preaching and sharing are different, but preaching universal knowledge or even sharing universal knowledge without applying the teachings on a singular scale, it's kind of useless, or it can be hypocritical. So my change of mindset, what I have changed over the past few weeks on a singular level, what I call my own American revolution, is to try to apply my own teachings by embodying what I believe in on a universal level, to reflect order and clarity on a singular level. Of course, it's very difficult because of the sheer complexity of reality, but I've tried to do this and I will keep trying to do this. If everyone, at least in the Western world, willingly, or all the people who are willing or able or fit to do this, reduce their living standards willingly, an enormous amount of problems would vanish. And this is what if everyone stopped smoking, drinking alcohol, too much sugar, fast food, various addictions, if everyone started to run a budget, to act more responsibly, etc., etc. If a lot of people did this, it would spread and societies would become more responsible, because eventually the society would be the universal through particular branches, sociological branches, which are composed of singular individuals. So I've understood recently, that's my gamble, maybe, that in order to fix universal problems or to solve universal problems, I have to begin with singular problems. It's not enough. That's why I try to associate both aspects, or the three aspects eventually, like I've showed, to be more and more stable on a singular level, which can be very difficult and very demanding, but to stabilize myself by beginning with my mind, my soul, and my body, and my immediate environment. And then, if my immediate environment is secure and safe, at least for my mindset, I can share light and radiate light and order universally by communicating on the internet. And if everyone acted like this, a lot of problems could be solved. yeah, it's been 1 hour and 8 minutes. I will make a brief pause and I will comment the next document. Okay, so here I will share, I have already done this in previous video, but I will share my current library, my personal library, with almost all the books. I've cleaned my room, so I have ordered my library. I have more than 1,000 books on all topics, and here the list is ordered according to a logical encyclopedic structure, namely it encompasses the totality, the totality of knowledge. And I share just my books, because the purpose of this video is to share my documents. These are the books that I have around me, here where I find myself in my apartment, where I reside as of now. And these are all the books. I haven't read all these books, obviously, because it would take too much time, but I can access them, and I intend, as long as I publish video, to use some of them to comment or to produce content or to find inspiration. And this is what I know broadly, namely my understanding of reality. If everyone shared his or her library, when people speak publicly, it would help enlighten what they talk about, what they know, etc., etc. So potentially I have all this knowledge at my disposal because I'm good at reading books and understanding books. So yeah, I will not speak too much, too long. I will not comment, but people can find the titles. In blue, these are books written in English. In green, these are books written in German. And my language that I speak on a daily basis is French, although I speak more English than French. But yeah, in black, these are written in French. Here is the name of the author, the title of the book, the number of books. So I have 5 books about an introduction to philosophy. Here are my books about philosophy. We find here in this column the names of classical philosophers. Here's the chronological perspective of the names of these people. I do not have them in my library, but they are important philosophers in the history of philosophy. And here the authors that I possess and the books that I have. Yeah, and here in blue, clear blue, we have Greek author, Latin author, Italian, French, Anglo-Saxon, German, and Jewish. So I will not comment systematically. People can pause if they are interested. These are the dates, the names, and the titles. Yeah. I will go slowly, but I will not speak too much. I'm just sharing my knowledge. It's ordered here chronologically. I can make a brief comment. From clear blue to deep blue, it's a transition from Greek philosophers to Latin philosophers. The Greek were more profound philosophers than the Romans. Yeah. Here we have Neoplatonism with Proclus and Plotinus. Here we have Plato in the 5th century BCE. No. 4th century BCE, yeah, 4th century BCE, depending because Plato was born in the two centuries, but yeah, here's the date, and here is many centuries later, in the 3rd and in the 5th century AD, Neoplatonist, yeah, the first Christian philosopher. Here we have mostly Indian, Muslim, or Jewish philosophers of the Middle Ages. The most prominent Western European philosopher of the Middle Ages is Aquinas, the Catholic authority. The numbers here are the number of books. So we start with, actually it's 5, but let us say 0 because I have not updated. So we have 11 books from here, now we have 19, etc. Here are thinkers of the Middle Ages, important thinkers whose book I do not possess. We have the first significant German philosopher, Jacob Böhm, in English, in German, in French. The first prominent, not the first, because there was Roger Bacon, Duns Scott, Guillaume Ockham, William of Ockham, but the first prominent that I possess and one of the most important founders historically of the scientific revolution, Francis Bacon. Descartes, here we have the date, so it's the 17th century. Pascal, so in yellow these are French philosophers. a Jewish philosopher, Anglo-Saxon, German, Italian. Here, the 17th century, Leibniz, Locke, Montesquieu, Hume. So the typical Anglo-Saxon scientist, their mindset is influenced by Bacon, Locke, Hume, and Hobbes partly, but mostly Hume and Locke. Yeah. So here's the 18th century with French philosopher, but they are not as profound as influential epistemologically, one might say, as the Anglo-Saxon and the Germans. They are more political theorists, one might say. I have a lot of books by Rousseau. Yeah. Immanuel Kant. Herder. Here we have the German idealist, Fichte, Schelling, Hegel. Of course, I have a lot of books by Hegel, but here I make a personal comment. I have gotten rid of a lot of books by Hegel because this is one of my addictions. I have given up on this addiction, getting rid of the temptation to read, not the temptation, but getting rid of the books by Hegel, not to be tempted to read them fanatically. So I no longer will do this. It's part of a liberation from addiction. I have done this. I'm not addicted to alcohol or drugs or cigarettes or sugar or porn or gambling, etc. I have been. Partly I'm addicted to reading good books about metaphysics, and I've given up on this addiction recently. I'm unplugged. I'm a new man. Yeah. So we are at the transition from the 18th to the 19th century. Stuart Mill also is very influential for the Anglo-Saxon. Marx, Nietzsche, Frege, Spencer, Russell, Whitehead. Heidegger. Here there are a lot of French names because I took this from a French dictionary, but of course from an American, English or German perspective this would be different. Not all these French philosophers are significant in the history of philosophy. It's only from a French perspective, from a French dictionary, but yeah. John Rawls. Here modern Daniel Dennett, Sloterdijk, Zizek, yeah, Matthew Seagal, Footnotes to Plato, that's the YouTube channel, and Gabriel Marcus. These are young, relatively young philosophers. Yeah, so we are broadly 193 books. So now I have books which are comments on Hegel. Same, I've gotten rid of a lot of books that I have given freely. That's part of my donation, my communist revolution. Yes, I have commentaries on Hegel in French and in English by mostly American commentators. Commentators on philosophers. Yeah, and now we start the encyclopedic process, one might say, with books about logic and mathematics. So there's the logical order. There was first introduction, then philosophy. Now we have books about logic, then mathematics. It's rationally ordered, one might say. So here are my books about logic, which is the science of pure thought, the determination and laws of thought. Mathematics, Russell and Whitehead, Euclid, and introductions. These are scholarly, not scholarly, but these are books by scholars for teaching purposes. Yeah, but here are classical books, one might say. Yeah, here also it's a classical book by 17th century French logicians, but all the others, these are handbooks, one might say. Now, my books about the natural sciences. These are college level textbooks. Really, they are compendium of the most advanced, most advanced, sometimes it's a couple of decades old, but really college level science. Really, these are compendiums, really great books about physics, chemistry, biology, vegetal biology, zoology, anatomy, and physiology, translated from American into French. Yeah, a history of sciences. Yeah, books by Feynman, Richard Feynman, the American physicist, translated in French. Feynman again. Susskind is an American. Feynman is an American. Mr. Krauss. What I've been trying to share is that, Mr. Krauss, your conferences are available to everyone on the internet. The cosmos can become conscious of itself through humans. That's cosmic consciousness. Neil Tyson deGrasse, an American, an Afro-American astrophysicist. A French, one of the most famous French physicists. Mr. Newton, of course, and then the classics. Here are the classics, Newton, Bohr, Heisenberg, Hawking, Einstein. Yeah. So here are my books about physics. Now about chemistry, it's an introductory book. Geology, introduction. Biology, simplified books. Here is a classic text by Schrödinger, who was a physicist. Darwin and Dawkins, of course. Books about botanics. Yeah, then zoology and anatomy and physiology, these are the previous books that I've showed. And now we enter the realm of spirit or Geist, which is anthropology and psychology, that's subjective spirit. So here are my books about sociology. A classic by Edward Wilson. I put Darwin here, The Descent of Man, in sociobiology. Dawkins, Harari, very famous book. Famous and important book in a sociological topic, The History and Geography of Human Genes. So just to illustrate, the genetic map of all humans is in the knowledge about this. The genetic composition of all humans is made available in these books and can be shared and commented on the internet. Any human with an access to the internet, the leisure, the time, the intelligence, the patience, the interest, can know about his or her own genetic history. That's also the story of this book, or this book. Yeah, and this is a revival of sociobiology. These are modern books by Nyborg, Meisenberg, Cochrane, Wade, even Cavalli-Sforza, Rutherford, etc. And in blue, one can see they are mostly English books, Anglo-Saxon books, and even those who are translated in French, originally they were written in English, maybe in Italian, I don't know, but in English probably. Here, The Demographics of Europe by a French author. Here is ethnic anthropology, namely anthropology, or that which we would call race realism. It's only alive in the Anglo-Saxon world. He was a Finn, he's an Englishman, he's an Australian, he's an Englishman, he's an American, but it is the Anglo-Saxon world. Evolutionary psychology. Here I make a comment. These books, which are very enlightening, very intelligent, they are not available, they are not translated, as far as I know, in a country like France, and probably not in continental Europe, and probably not in most other countries in the world. It's specific to the Anglo-Saxon world, especially the United States of America. The vast amount of knowledge about human beings from a genetic, ethnic standpoint is only made available thanks to American research, scientists, and the Constitution, which enables people to freely and investigate and to express themselves. Yeah. Race realism. Here again, that's a great illustration. I have one book about race in French. All the others, they are in English, overwhelmingly by Americans. More or less modern. This is modern, older, it's 19th century, it's the second half of the 20th century. But the knowledge about race has been preserved thanks to the Americans. And the American Constitution and the Anglo-Saxons, because Mr. Richard Lynn is an Englishman, as far as I know, yeah. Pre-World War II anthropology, namely studies of race and ethnicity before World War II, the misuse, one might say, of some of the discoveries, the excesses the discovery of anthropology between the end of the 19th century with the evolution of species, the origin of species, and the theory of evolution by Darwin, and its use in the realm of anthropology, its application by eugenicist or eugenic measures, but also the knowledge developed which led to racist thinking at the end of the 19th century, early 20th century, has been associated sometimes in a dishonest way with National Socialism and the crimes of National Socialism. So it has been censored morally in the Western world since 1945, but this knowledge is now accessible on the internet, and people can have access to this this treasure of knowledge to help understand 19th century, 20th century politics, but also to understand biology, sociobiology, etc., etc. Not everything written in this book, of course, is true, but it helps shed light. And for instance, the French, at the beginning of the 20th century, they had scientists, advanced scientists in research about race realism and what would now be called sociobiology, but it no longer exists in contemporary France. But some of the leading scientists, like Mr. Vacher de Lapouge, was a Frenchman at the beginning of the 20th century. Yeah. Now, books about intelligence and IQ, the same. Here, there are almost no translation in a country like France, and probably more in Germany, but in continental Europe, it's kind of a taboo topic. It's then again, the Anglo-Saxon and the Americans come to the rescue. Most of the great books about intelligence and IQ, they are made available only in the Anglo-Saxon world, but anyone can purchase these books, study these books, and interpret the world through this lens, which enable and help understand a lot and shed a lot of light upon human history, the human present, and human interactions, sociology, economics, etc., etc. All these books, they are great, and they help understand a lot. Like these books as well, they help understand a lot. These books as well, they are. One can see they are mostly, overwhelmingly. Here I have only English books. That's why most of my best books, they are written in English, because they simply do not exist translated in French. Probably not in German, Italian, Spanish, I don't know. Yeah. So now, books about psychology as such. Here's an introduction. Here are two books by Mr. Peterson about emotions and feelings. Mr. Damasio is a leading researcher in neurosciences, clinical psychology, psychiatry. I have books about psychiatry and clinical psychopathology, about psychoanalysis, books by Mr. Carl Jung, books by Jewish authors about humor. Very funny, these Jewish writers sometimes. About consciousness, about psychotherapy. Yeah. Books about grammar. Here a book about Chomsky, a book by Mr. Pinker, and all the others. These are scholarly books, introductions, etc., etc. Sociobiology of females, women, and sex. So here, my books about women, I have the sociobiological view of women. And here, I illustrate again, this knowledge is made available potentially to everyone. Everyone with an internet connection, with sufficient leisure, intelligent interest, can know about how women function, to use this knowledge to manipulate them, or to seduce them, or to prevent them from hurting men too much. That's an illustration. So the sociobiological view of women, by, for instance, Mr. Booth is one of the leading sociobiologists of this day. Books about female sexuality, about feminism. That's a Jewish American author. About the MGTOW movement, or the masculinity circles, etc. Traditional womanhood. So here it's more sociological. Here it's sociobiological. Here it's more sociological, although the two are connected. These are American books about traditional womanhood. And here it's metaphysical books about sex and gender. Otto Weininger is the leading, one of the leading thinkers in this field. There's also Evola, who wrote books about metaphysics of sex, but it's later in the classification. Here are my books about the Jewish question. A lot are in English, but there are French books as well. Yeah, some are controversial, but they help understand history, The Historical Process and the Modern World. There's Kevin MacDonald. Hervé Rissen is a French author who talks about Jewish influence. Yeah. Here are books about the educational system in France and in America, with the problems of the educational system. I have been promoting these books in many of my videos, but I've understood that I have to offer a solution, to identify the problem and to offer a solution. That's why I've started already to make lectures, and as long as I can publish video, I intend to publish lectures to help clarify. And eventually, since there's only one web of consciousness on the internet, all the knowledge of mankind will become available to all, is already becoming available to all, and everyone, every thinking human will know, more or less, depending on his level of intelligence, depending on the context, etc. But at some moment, we'll know about everything and everyone else. That's why the Jewish question, it cannot be, or the question about women, or the psychology of humans, or the question of intelligence and race, etc. They cannot be hidden any longer, because all this knowledge is made available. What is lacking is a structure, and is the formal structure of someone who talks about the totality. Hey, that's me. Yeah, that's why trying to censor information is counterproductive. I will explain, I've already explained the logical reason, because the more people try to censor, the more others find ways to express knowledge, and it brings about frustration, etc. But eventually, the revelation is partly the becoming aware of mankind through the medium of the internet, of the totality of world knowledge. So the Jews will understand the point of view of others on the Jews, and they will understand themselves, and others will understand the Jews. Just in this case, an understanding and clarity and communication helps solve a lot of problems. Yeah. Books about the bureaucracy that I've been promoting. This may be one of my last bureaucratic videos, because if I want to abolish the bureaucracy and the useless job, I first have to abolish this in myself. But here I share my documents, but I will not make many more bureaucratic videos. This video will be quite long, but when it is done and published, I will no longer make videos like these where I just share my documents. Yeah, I've been reading these books recently and promoting these books. It's preparedness, responsibility, taking care of one's home, making supplies, being responsible, being self-reliant, libertarian books about what to do to promote liberty, etc., etc. The uselessness of most jobs in modern economy. There's an overwhelming quantity of jobs which are useless, but in order for people with bullshit jobs to understand the uselessness of their job, they have to see the full picture. That's what I've been working on, but here I'm providing the full picture through the lens of my library. Then, Objectiver Geist, which is the realm of institution. So now, we started with philosophy, logic, mathematics, the sciences of nature, so we have physics, chemistry, geology, biology, botany, zoology, anatomy, physiology. Now we have sociobiology, and each determination contains all the other within itself. I mean, each human is an anthropological being, a zoological being with an anatomy, a physiology, a biology, chemical reactions and physical properties, etc. And it's a process of self-determination, namely humans are sociobiologically determined, which contains most of the previous determination, but they are also ethnically determined. They have a psychology influenced by evolution. They are racially determined. They have a determination of intelligence, which they use to communicate their emotions, their behavior, to interact. It can cause problems, etc. I mean, it's not necessarily intelligence, but the psychology of human can suffer from various clinical, psychiatric, psychoanalytical problems. They use intelligence and language to share good jokes sometimes, to communicate through language, etc., etc. And then they organize themselves in institutions to live socially together. That's Objectiver Geist. I will just make a brief pause. Yeah. Okay. Just a short pause. Yeah. So here are books about law. Here's just an introduction to law, but law is a determination of human societies, and here is just a simple introduction, but the universal, the particular, the singular, law is, or rights are universal in most stable, developed societies, the rule of law, but each society, depending on the history, the culture, the anthropology, the demographics, the economic status, or the economic determination, has a different set of legislation, but the universal fundamental determination of law are identical in most countries. These are basic rights, individual rights. It's not respected, obviously, in all countries, but at least in Western countries, less and less, because there's less and less freedom to speak, to freedom to associate or disassociate, right to bear arms, etc., etc. But this is an illustration of UPS. Here are books about economics. These are introductions. So just to illustrate, this book by, I think he's a Korean of English citizenship, I'm not sure. The theory of economics, of all economic theories, is made available with this book, but there are countless books, more or less interesting, which are simply presentation of the totality of economic theory. Anyone with leisure time interest, who is not wasting his time doing a bullshit job, can study economics and then implement or advocate good sound economic policies in his or her own country of where he finds himself. That's why the entire economic knowledge accumulated by mankind is made available through the internet, but not just economic, sociobiological, psychological, physical, chemical, mathematical, etc., all the fields. So here, these books, these are simply introductory works. Here we have classical books by a communist, a Keynesian, Mr. Keynes. He was a Keynesian. Marx was not a Marxist. Smith, so here it's communist, Keynesian, liberal, Mr. Mondeville, liberal free market capitalist, libertarian. These are books about economics. Most of the great books of economics have been produced in America or in the Anglo-Saxon world, from Smith to Mises, the Mises Institute. Mises was a Jew, but he emigrated to the US, and the Mises Institute is in America. This is the center of libertarian economic thought, which is made available to everyone. But I've been keep saying this, but now I've understood, okay, I have to apply my own preaching to where I find myself. Because here, I just make a comment. Any person on this planet who watches this video, if you want to improve the economic situation of your country, I'm not saying that it's necessarily a good idea, but if you want to stop ruining the economy of your country, you can study, if you have the time, the leisure, the intelligence, etc., etc., what Mises and Di Lorenzo and Hazlitt and Hopper and Rothbard and even Smith have been saying about economics for decades or centuries, and you will notice that socialist policies from a strictly economic standpoint, let us not talk about the political aspect, but just from an economic standpoint, have been a failure almost everywhere. And free market, there have been wrong aspects as well, but in terms of standards of living, this is what Mr. Peterson said to Zizek in their famous debate in 2019, socialism has been a failure economically, and capitalism has been a success economically, with the negative aspect, difficult working conditions, the disruption brought about, etc. But humans can judge for themselves what policies has worked and hasn't worked, depending on the goal which has been set by those who want to implement a political an economic policy, and they will notice that the Mises Institute is the center of good, sound economic policies, which associate liberty, property, efficiency, etc. That's just an illustration. Here is the theory of value. These are mostly left-wing, communist, Marxist thinkers. The Marxists, they speak French. No, this book is a Jewish Canadian, but these are German authors. As far as I know, these are French authors, but communism, socialism, etc. This mostly this is the kind of work that is overwhelmingly found in a country like France. In America, of course, it's I mean, some of these books have been translated, but in tiny publishing editions, etc. That's why there is a really Europe, continental Europe, from an economic standpoint, is socialist. And America is free market, but in a very limited scope. The Americans are becoming more and more socialist, and the Europeans of continental Europe as well. Yeah, here are books about finance and banking. Yeah, so the function of money is made available. It's one of the mysteries of human history. How does money function? There are countless books being published, but in order to understand money, one has to understand the theory of value, classical economics, economic theories, law, and then, of course, psychology, anthropology, etc., etc. If it is just taken isolated from the rest, it is unintelligible. But who has the time to read all of these books? I haven't had the time, so that's why I provide the formal structure, the formal presentation, to help those who might want to be enlightened, to help them, to give them the formal structure. Here are books about the euro currency by a Jewish French citizen, French, I think he's a Spaniard, trained by Mises, the Mises Institute, and here about the Fed, Murray Rothbard, Ron Paul, etc. So the euro and the Fed, there still is criticism about the economic policies, the validity or the value or the stability of the money, etc. Anyone interested in fixing the problems of banking can read these books and help understand. Here the left and the right, they agree, because the disruptive disruptive monetary policies, they harm all the people of all social status, most social status, sociological status, economic status, and origin and ethnicity, etc., etc. Books about debt. Here's Mr. Graeber. Here's an Italian thinker, etc. Here are books about sociology. Christopher Lasch was a great American sociologist, but I have mostly a French perspective. This person is a Frenchman who has been inspired by the works of Christopher Lasch. Yeah, Charles Murray, of course. So here are books about sociology. He's an intelligent Marxist, an intelligent populist in a good sense. He's not a populist, but a Marxist who has the interest of the people, because he comes from a working class family. He's not a fake elite bourgeois scholar Marxist. He's a genuine, in a sense. He's a great, from a Marxist perspective, there are the limitations of Marxism, but he's an intelligent Marxist thinker, French. Yeah. Then we enter politics. So this was for the economic realm. Now we have this was for the economic and sociology. Now we have politics. Here are the books that I have about politics. These are mostly libertarian books. Political theory, yeah. And these authors, Philippe Nemo, Pascal Salin, Drieux Godfredi, Pierre Manant, these are French version of liberal or libertarian intellectuals. So they are just copying and adapting the universal idea. In the particular context of France, it has to be moderate, because the French, they don't like too much libertarianism. They are Marxist, they are socialist, even on the right, so it has to be moderate, temperate, etc. But they are nonetheless importing, these people, in the context of legislative France and continental France, they are importing libertarian ideas derived mostly from Mises, the Rothbard, no, but sometimes Mises, or simply Adam Smith, or the classical liberal thinker Hayek. Yeah. Books about ecology, about diet. We live in an age where people, if they have the opportunity, the time, the leisure, the interest, they can access knowledge about how to eat well, to have a healthy diet. If people ate more healthy, there would be less problem of health problems, self-confidence problems, socialized medicine to help fix the problems of people who are overweight, who have blood circulation problem, or diabetes, or excess of fat or sugar, etc. People would be more self-confident. A lot of problems would be solved if everyone acted on a singular level to have a better diet. But through the internet, this knowledge is made available. Yeah. Here I have anti-modern primitivist. The Jewish student of Heidegger, Theodor Kaczynski, a Polish terrorist locked in the United States, as far as I know. French citizen of Spaniard origin, who write about the problems of the excess of civilization, technological problems, of an over excess of complexity and pollution, alienation, dependency, etc., etc. Here are books about precisely technology, transhumanism, artificial intelligence. Nick Bostrom, Max More, they are some of the leading thinkers of the transhumanist ideology. Ray Kurzweil, working at Google. Yeah, there are books about the dark net, a book by Noah Harari about the history of inventions, and an introduction to transhumanism. Books about geopolitics. There is the American perspective, the scheming of the deep state, a conspiratorial Catholic view from a French perspective, the book of the CIA, yeah, Dr. Deep State. It's a YouTube channel which talks about geopolitics, one of the best in this realm. I have books about the anti-racist left. So all the categories of political science, modern politics, etc., etc. Contemporary Western life, mostly conservative, right-wing, nationalist views. I will not comment systematically, but here from Germany I have these books. The United Kingdom, Sweden, South Africa, Canada, New Zealand, Croatia. So all, or not all, but most particular European countries. Here, European countries means countries which have historically and still are predominantly populated by anthropological Europeans. In this sense, Australia is a European country, and so is New Zealand, so is Canada. South Africa, the quantitative relationship is smaller. I mean, there are a tiny proportion of white people, but it has been influenced historically by whites overwhelmingly. But so all these countries, they are either Europeans or partly European. But Canada, in this sense of anthropological European, has been, as a country of institution, has been a European country and still is predominantly a European country. Most of Canadians today, they are European anthropologically, white. Yeah. So most white countries revolt against globalism, universalism, the conspiracy, the Great Replacement, or the Great Reset, or whatever they call this. But this revolt, which occurs in most white countries, it brings about a consciousness which is able to circulate through the information on the internet, and there's a rise of European consciousness through all these books, because any person from anywhere with a leisure time, intelligence, etc., can read books about the German perspective, the English perspective, the Swedish perspective, the South African perspective. She's a Jewish author who denounces the crimes in South Africa and the crime rates. From the Canadian perspective, the New Zealander perspective, the Croatian perspective, the French perspective, the American perspective, etc., etc. So here are books, for instance, this book about white supremacy. It's from a French person of Polish origin. These ideas, they are derived from America mostly. Here are a critique of sociology of what would be called liberals in the Anglo-Saxon world. These are bobo in French, but they are kind of a highly privileged white leftist, to simplify. Moralistic white leftist. Here are books about psychology, sociology. Here, this book, that's just an illustration. It's the French equivalent of the LICRA, is the French equivalent of the Southern Poverty Law Center, or the ADL, Anti-Defamation League. In French, it's the LICRA. But these kind of associations, they are present in every Western country. Yeah. Books about the problems of immigration in the French perspective, but there are books like these. I don't need to read them or to buy them or to even be aware of them. I can deduce that there are books about the problems brought about by immigration in England, in Canada, I have some of them in the US. I have some of them as well. But in Australia, in New Zealand, in every Western country, in Germany, in the Netherlands, in Sweden, in Norway, these are books by conservative, right-wing, sometimes nationalist authors, and they are universally present through their particularization. It happens, it's a Western phenomenon, but eventually the knowledge produced, the consciousness produced, is becoming universal. Yeah. Here's, that would be the French alt-right, one might say, here as well. An author like Guillaume Fay, he has been translated into English. Yeah. And here are left-wing books. So here's the French political, intellectual life summarized briefly. These are the books that I have. Here is the books that I have from an American perspective. I awoke politically, partly, by reading Ann Coulter. Any person from continental Europe or from any other place in the world can learn about the life of American politics, American demographics, American intellectual life by reading books by Ann Coulter, because they are made available on a selling website on the internet. And it's very interesting, and it awoke my consciousness many years ago, in 2016 or 17. Yeah. So that's why anyone can study any other society from his or her own point of view. But most people at this moment, end of November, 23rd November, they are trapped within the old categories, because they think as Canadians, if they think as Canadians, Americans, Englishmen, German, French, Italian, or even Japanese, Chinese, Ethiopian, Ghanaian, Algerian, etc. They think in the box, the mental box of the nation state. They think in terms of geography, history, and culture, because there is often in old nation state a shared history, but there are opposition within most nation states, cultural, ethnic, historical, economic, etc., etc. That's why people they want to revolt against when they think, and when they revolt against the universal, which will be globalism. But the category into which they retreat is not necessarily the correct one. It is part of the process of consciousness. But what I'm trying to express is that knowledge is made universal on the internet. Anyone can study the life of any of these countries and see what works, what doesn't work. The singular case of England, the particularities of England, and the universal would be diversity, or in the case of economic, would be socialist policies or free market policies, etc., etc. There are case studies, singular cases from all countries, which are made available, but the particular and the universal have to be extracted. And the best at providing knowledge, understanding, intelligence, intelligibility, rigor, etc. in the modern world, of course, these are the Americans. There is not even any comparison. The English, they are pretty good. The English of England, but the Americans, they are on a different level, and they are above all the others. I've already said this, and I will keep saying this in the modern world. Yeah. Here are books about white identity, which here they are predominantly American, either old-fashioned Americans, a dead author, or modern Americans, but there are also South African and how should I explain this? These books, for instance, by Greg Johnson or Arthur Kim, they have been translated in French and in other languages, but they are overwhelmingly coming from America. And these people, they think beyond the category of their country. Although they are physically, they are present in a singular geographical territory, like the US or South Africa or England or Germany or France, etc. But their thoughts, they are universal, and they can come into connection through the internet. This is what happens. This is one of the predominant feature. Here I'm talking to everyone, but I have been talking to everyone. It's one of the predominant feature of the 21st century. Politics, geopolitics, economics is completely unintelligible without taking into account the movement, the demographic change in European countries. Here, European means anthropological Europeans, and the correlated change and shift in consciousness, whether people are anti-racist, leftist, non-Europeans or Europeans, nationalist, racist, etc. Just to understand reality, this movement of consciousness has to be taken into account. It is within being, it exists, it's part of the process of consciousness. Yeah. Here are books about Aryan identity, so it's white identity, one might say, with a more cultural, historical, esoteric, sometimes content. Yeah. Books about history, prehistory, antiquity. Here are classical books from authors from antiquity: Tacitus, Cicero, Caesar, Thucydides, Herodotus. Here are studies about antiquity, A New History of Antiquity, that's a French collection. These are books about antiquity. The Middle Ages, books about the Middle Ages, books about the modern era in the broadest sense from the 15th to the 19th century, books about the 20th century, books about the history of France. Jean Robin is one of the most enlightened in terms of geopolitics in the modern world. Other civilization, books about Africa, the history of Africa, the history of Northern American Indians, Southern American natives, Asia, etc. And I have a collection of books in 30 volumes from ancient Egypt to the 20th century. Yeah, historiography is the way historians write history. Here's a classical, I think he was a Swiss author of the 19th century. Americans, Jewish Americans. These are important books about the achievements and the history of humans in the broadest sense. And here we have Absolute or Geist, which is the spiritual expression, the highest spiritual expression of the life of a society. So we have gone through history, geopolitics, politics, economics, sociology, the life of various countries in terms of reaction to cultural, demographic, and political changes, technology, ecology, left and right politics, banking, etc., etc. This is objective or spirit, and now absolute spirit. This is art, religion, and philosophy. So here are the books that I have, and if in case it needs to be clarified, here I will make a short pause. I will not pause the video, but I will just explain. I have failed to communicate in my more than 530 videos. But the reason why I published my library is to explain that I could be capable of talking intelligently about all the books. I mean, I haven't read all of them, but if I took a few hours to read them, I could make digest, a lecture, I could make a summary, I could enlighten all these books. That's why I can talk potentially about everything. But I try to talk about everything from an abstract metaphysical standpoint, and people do not understand. That's why at the moment when I record this video, as will be shown later, I have 1 or 2 people who have been following my videos consistently and appreciating my content. 1 or 2 likes on average on my videos. We laugh. But I could talk intelligently and say interesting things about any of the topics that I've just mentioned. But I thought, still believe that it's not my role, because the people, they are already talking intelligently. They are already authors, writers, intellectuals, journalists. What I thought I had to do was to share the view of the totality. That's what I am doing. That's what I will keep doing. But eventually, as long as I can publish video, I will talk about interesting topics and share light. Yeah. So here are books about Greek art, the history of art, history of architecture, music, books about pop culture, Eminem, Tokyo Hotel, Rammstein. Personal books, books about astrology, esotericism, etc., etc. Books about the New Age, books about cosmic consciousness. And cosmic consciousness, in order to reach a cosmic consciousness, one has to go through all the previous steps, all the previous layers, at least in broad outline, to understand the interconnectedness of the totality of being, the encyclopedic view of being, which is the formal definition of God becoming conscious of himself. Books about nihilism. Mr. Dawkins, I consider you to be a nihilist. That's a joke, that's a joke. The Four Horsemen, it's a discussion about famous atheists, Hitchens, Dawkins, Dennett, etc. Books about poetry. French poetry, English poetry, Italian poetry, French poetry, German poetry. The religious, so here we are broadly 850 books broadly. The religions of the world. In Oceania, I have books about the Australian Aborigines, about sub-Saharan African religion, Amazonian shamanism, the pre-Columbian mythology and religion, the Amerindian, that's Northern America, the natives of the Northern American continent, native Indians, books about the Inuits, about shamanism in Siberia, Hinduism and the Indo-Aryan religion. These are Indian from India, not from America. Indian, an Indian author. Classical Hindu or Indian text. Buddhist text. Chinese spirituality. Japanese spirituality, the Bushido and the Shinto. In the Middle East. So it's ordered geographically. Australia, Africa, America, East Asia, Middle East. We have Persian books, or Zarathustrian or Zoroastrian books. A book by Zoroaster or Zarathustra and a book about Zarathustra. Books about Islam and the Quran. Books about Judaism, and here Europe, these are the classical European religion, paganism or classical European mythology, the Edda, books about Orphism, the religion of the sun, Norse mythology, that's a modern, I think, American author, European mythology. Here we have Christian theology, a classical American author, modern American author, French Protestant, American is more than American, is Philip K. Dick, it's complicated. A book about Karl Barth, who was a Swiss theologian of the first half of the 20th century, by, I think, a South Korean, I think he's South Korean, or maybe Chinese, I think South Korean. If I start mistaking the various Asian ethnicities, I'm gonna have problems. No. I think he's Korean. That's just the illustration in the modern world. Asian, Mongoloid, that's the anthropological determination. Mongoloid people, when they are intelligent, most of the time they are intelligent, they can study Protestantism, which is a particular branch of Christianity, by a Swiss theologians from central continental Europe, of the the early 20th century, and ideas can be shared in real time, in a sense that potentially I could have an interesting conversation about Protestant theology with this person, Mr. Shao Kai-tseng. Yeah, that's the magic of the internet. Protestant theology again. A book about Luther and the Jews in the regions where I find myself in Alsace. It's a Germanic and German region which administratively belongs to France as of now. A book by Karl Barth, precisely, Jean Calvin, Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King, Martin Luther, the German monk of the 16th century, which brought about the Protestant Reformation. The Bible, I have the Bible in German and English, in Hebrew, in Greek and Latin, in Latin, the King James Version, in French. Yeah. German mysticism. Here I will make a joke. Oh, the Bible, call 911 to solve the problems. That's a joke, If I can make, that's a joke for the Americans, maybe. No, but yeah. Very funny, this person. Who is he? Read the Bible. You might know some determinations about me. Not all of them. I'm not just a Christian. I'm more than a formal Christian. Books about German mysticism. Meister Eckhart. A book about Bader, Franz von Bader. Books by Novalis, Richard Wagner. Yeah. Here are books about Germany and the region where I grew up in and where I find myself in, namely Alsace, which is, like I said, a Germanic region, administratively belonging to France, but historically it has been a German region, ethnically, culturally, linguistically German or Germanic. And here are documents and books that I've bought recently about this region. The Alsatian Protestant who approved Hitler. Family names of, that is the regional division where I find myself. They are the classical names of the people of this region. And yeah, Protestantism, etc. This is my town where I live as of now. Yeah, and that's part of the UPS. If every person studied his immediate environment, his region, where he finds himself in, he would understand better his surroundings, the history, the culture, etc., and it would help clarify eventually and bring order and stability. Yeah, but there are people who migrate all over the world. Very annoying, these migrants. I'm not talking about only African migrants, because there are inter-European migrations, or there are a lot of European, anthropological Europeans from continental Europe who migrate to England. The Poles who go to England, the intelligent French citizen, they go to the US or to Australia. Usually, Europe has become a country of emigration. It has been, obviously, since the 15th century, but it still is, yes, but there are migrants all over the planet, but sometimes one has to study one's own stable environment to understand. Here, the example would be people from southwest part of England, or from Texas, or from Virginia, or from Tennessee, or from California, or from Minnesota, or from Idaho, or or any Nevada. They can study the history of their local region, Florida, etc., etc. Or the Prussia for the Germans, or Bavaria, Swabia, the Rhineland, etc., etc. And the same goes for Italy. There's the northern part of Italy, Sicily, Sardinia, the southern part, the central part, the Latium, etc., etc. Here I have books about the German language, because I identify as a German, but I do not speak German very well. Books for dummies, dictionaries, books by Evola, and honestly, some of the best, if not the best, books which have been produced in the modern world. They are not the best on a formal aspect in terms of content. Modern Pagan Revival, by conscious Europeans who recreate the European religion, which includes all the other religions eventually, including Christianity. But actually Christianity is the totality of all the religions, but these are some of the most intelligent and spiritual people in this world, and these are great books. Other books, the CIA Fact Book, books for dummies, Piketty Exegesis, Timeline of Everything, books about Putin and Zelensky, books about YouTube channels, the Atlas, etc. And then literature. It's classified chronologically, more or less. That's broadly the 16th century, 17th century, 18th century, 19th century, 20th century, 21st century. So these are the classical, some of the classical books by French authors. one of the few advantages of France is that it enables the French language enables to read good poetry and good literature. Yeah. But the greatest French writer, in my view, was Rousseau, and he was a Swiss. He was from Switzerland and a Protestant Swiss. Yeah. Yeah, but that's just an illustration. Yeah, here I have Sumerian epic poetry, ancient Greek literature, Aeschylus, Aesop, Hesiod, Homer, Plutarch, Sophocles, Russian literature, Irish literature, German literature, English literature. It's not chronological here. So I don't have a lot of English literature. And American literature. Yeah. And here are some other books about ancient Greece, Latin, Chinese, Russian, and Sanskrit language. So this is most or the overwhelming majority of books which are in my library. Yeah, so I will make a pause and I will go back to the start with philosophy. I will make a pause and I will continue. Okay, I'll make a brief comment. This is my document that I've started 5 days ago, how to run a budget. I know from now on I've started trying to be more responsible. I'm not saying that I will do this for much longer, I don't know, but that's how people might try to become more responsible. That's the singular. If everyone had a budget to know to write all the expenses, the daily expenses, the amount, the nature of the product which is being bought. So here are my expenses, here's the date, the expenses, the amount, where I bought what I bought, the nature of the stuff, the commodities that I've bought, gifts that I've made, food stamps that I've given, the total of the day, taking money from the bank when I can, and what I have in my wallet. The kind of things that I buy are books, furnitures, photocopies, water, supplies, medical drugs, and bread to be prepared. I've been trying to become more responsible by running a budget, but my purpose is not to make a profit, is to just to notice how much I spend each day. So it's not very developed. I just started this on the 19th of November. I give food stamps, I make donations every day. That's my communist self. If everyone made supplies, if everyone bought, here these only come from local businesses. If everyone favored local businesses, made donations to the deserving people, I make sometimes free donations. I've given just comments about my libraries. I had 1,400 books a few months ago. I have given more than 300 books, distributed more than 300 books, which are worth between 10 and 30 euros. So I've distributed for thousands of euros worth of book, mostly recent, good books, interesting books, because that's part of my communist revolution. I practice what I preach. I'm not a communist in the sense of a Stalinist. I'm a libertarian, but a libertarian communist. Namely, I share my excess of wealth. I have had too much books which have been useless. So I've shared them to spread knowledge. And if everyone shared the excesses of good supplies that he or she possess, people would be more spontaneous to cooperate, maybe. So I try to practice what I preach. That's my American ethos. The Americans, they are not known for their tendency towards communism, but here it's not blind Stalinist communism. It's I distribute good books in the public there's a bookshelf in the public town where I reside. I distribute good books to encourage people to read anonymously, to encourage people to read, to become smarter, etc., etc. And here I note where I buy them: a supermarket, vegetable market, etc., etc. And I write each day the amount of money I start a day with, the expenses of the day. So here are expenses to make supplies, to buy water, to buy vegetables, etc., etc., to make donations, the amount of the day, etc., etc. That's how to run a budget, to be more responsible. Yeah. if everyone acted like this, if everyone followed his or her own budget on an individual level, I mean, it's so common sense, that what I call American common sense, but people in the Western world, they have lost this completely. Most of them, they have become irresponsible, thinking that, or not all of them, but some of them, the younger generation or the older generations who have grown in wealth and prosperity and comfort, but running a budget is part of common sense. I've had an excess of money due to donations from the state, but I don't want the money from the state. I give it back in the form of good books, food stamps, supplies. I try to become more responsible. So here, that's a short document. I will not comment much longer because it's not really interesting, and I've just I share my documents. They are not complete. This is just what I've been working on over the past few days, weeks, or months. So here's my inventory. I've been promoting in a lot of my previous videos. I will show the chronological order. Books like Daisy Luther, The Pantry Primer, books by Jim Cobb, How to Make Supplies for oneself, for the immediate environment, etc., etc. But I have been promoting these books with no reaction. So I've decided to practice what I preach, that's the singularization of universal ideas. If everyone started to make supplies peacefully, buy a little bit of commodities each day to gather and to store in case of economic hardships, the world would be a much more responsible and much better place. So here are the supplies that I have gathered over the past couple of months. I classify everything that I own because that's how I function. So I know what commodities or supplies I have at my disposal. Soup, bocals, small, big and small. These are various vegetables. Here are vegetables in my fridge. In my daily life, I only eat raw vegetables and fruits and bread and water. Almost only a little bit of marmalade, but I have a very minimalist diet. I do not eat heated food. I've eaten 2 heated hot meal over the past many weeks, and 1 or 2 soft drinks. It was orange juice. Otherwise, I drink water, sometimes lemon juice, and I eat raw vegetables and raw fruits and bread. I simplify my diet. Here I'm doing virtue signaling, ecological virtue signaling. Look how I can downgrade my standards of living for the good of the planet. Now people who watch it, they will say, hey, he's doing virtue signaling. He showed us his library. There are right-wing books in his library. No, he's doing virtue signaling for the sake of the welfare of the planet. We are troubled. We don't understand. Is he a good guy? Is he a bad guy? Here I have listed all the material objects that I own in my apartment, my kitchen. These are the various tools. I have made radical minimalism. I really simplify to the utmost. I have no dishwasher, whatever electric tools. No, it's very simple. I will not translate into English. That's not really interesting. The water that I've stored in my kitchen, toilet paper, and here I don't know how you call this in English. This is where the water flows from the. I don't know how you call this. My English is not good enough in terms of technical kitchen vocabulary. In my bathroom, basically this is soap and cleaning products, hygiene products. My clothes. These are all the clothes that I own. I have 7 underwear, 5 socks, pairs of socks, 5 t-shirts, 5 sweatshirts, 4 trousers, pairs of trousers. I don't know how you call this in English. That you use to dry yourself once you get out of the shower. So I have a minimalist wardrobe. Really, I have, like I said, 4 or 5 sweatshirts, 4 or 5 t-shirts, and 4 trousers of very cheap quality. I do not intend to buy more clothes. I simplify my lifestyle. That's part of my ethics, my ecological, libertarian, communist, German, nationalist ethics. I simplify my lifestyle. Here are my furnitures, my office furnitures, envelopes, ink, pens, etc., etc. So this is all that I own materially, plus my books. And a couple of, how do you call this, pieces of furniture, but other than that, yeah. And here in my basement, which is very small, here are almost only food, bocals, this is stored food, big and small, soups, sugar. I do not consume sugar. I use this to eventually share with others, to barter eventually or not, or to make gifts, or eventually depending on the circumstances, but there's marmalade, honey, maple syrup, etc., etc. And I buy all this is local in my day-to-day life. I eat raw vegetables and fruit which are produced locally, that I buy at the local market. And I buy every day supplies which are stored industrial food, but organic most of the time, or local, or both. And I do not consume this. I do not use plastic, paper, etc., etc. But I store them in case of economic hardships, because I know that in this world, which is the one where there are a lot of people who suffer from starvation or for difficult access to food, it's responsible to have supplies. Yeah, here are meals. I don't know how you call this in English. Wheat, barley. I don't know how to call this. Pasta, rice, etc., etc. Cereals. I don't know how you call this. Other salt, oil, pepper, mustard, etc., etc. I do not consume this, but I store resources. Here are fruits and energy, a little bit of chocolate for energy purposes. Yeah. Water, drinks, carrot juice, apple juice, and other juices, and medical drugs or medicine in a way. First aid kits, bands, etc. I don't know how you call this in English. Hygiene for babies, toilet paper, washing to wash clothes, and to go on a wandering, a walkabout. Tools and furniture, a knife, scissors, candles, purifying, etc., etc. I've bought this over the past couple of months, one might say. That's my inventory. If everyone acted like this, if everyone bought local products, lowered his diet while remaining healthy, bought and stored local products or self-made products, who knows? If people are capable of doing their own supplies, that's good. But then people would be more responsible in case of an economic problem. If the budget runs out of money, if people have difficulty to when they are prosperous, they should store resources for difficult times. That's just common sense, American common sense. That's what I've been doing, because I've been preaching this for weeks without reaction. Now I've said, okay, I will start practicing this and keep preaching this. And yeah, I've listed almost all my items, all my supplies, and I keep modifying the inventory. I do not consume these products. I store them, yeah, and I'm willing to share them with my neighbors to help them in case, yeah, that's what I could say. Okay. One of the most interesting aspects of what I've been working on over the past few weeks, few months, especially few weeks, this is connected to introspection. What I do every day a little bit, I watch videos on the internet to try to solve, first to understand myself psychologically, to understand my soul, and to solve my psychological, psychiatric, psychoanalytical problems. So here I show the broad view. We have psychology, psychiatry, psychoanalysis, daily life, men and women relationship. And here, for instance, in daily life, These are the categories that I've been using. I've done this. I've been working on this, but not conscientiously. I do this very simply. It has taken me. I've worked a few hours, a couple of or a dozen of minutes each day for the past I don't know, couple of weeks maybe. But it's part of my daily routine to list some of the good videos, to try to categorize and structure, and to bring pieces of advice and to help people, in a way, to help myself, and eventually to share knowledge with others. And here, for instance, in daily life, on the internet, one can find books and conferences and videos about sleep, cold showers, porn and masturbation, how to quit watching porn, cigarettes, alcohol, gambling. I do not. I sleep rather well. I sleep on the ground with no mattress. That's part of my minimalistic self. My minimalistic tendencies. I take cold showers. I've taken cold showers for months now. I do not use hot water. I do not take bath. I only take short cold showers. That reduction in energy consumption. I do not watch porn. I do not masturbate. I do not drink cigarettes. I do not smoke cigarettes or drink alcohol. I do not gamble with money games. I do not watch TV. I haven't watched TV for more than 10 years. But I know that people are addicted. Some people are addicted to cigarettes, alcohol, gambling, or television. I haven't played video games for almost the entire year 2022. I have given all my video games for thousands of euros worth of video games. I have given up because I do not play video games any longer. Democracy. I've never voted. I don't believe in democracy. I think some of the books in my library can help explain why. So I do not waste my time getting interested in politics. And if all people said, okay, democracy as it function in the modern world, it's completely it's not serious in a sense. There are better things to do than to follow the political debates, like trying to quit all sorts of addictions, or to study the cosmos, or to study the sciences, or to go and talk to people and to enrich one another for the good, or to make supplies, or to walk in the forest. There are many more interesting things than just wasting one's time doing democracy in the modern sense. Yeah. Drugs. I do not take drugs as such. I've been addicted to reading German metaphysics. I have quit. I still do partly when I have to order my thought, but I have given up yesterday and the day before on most of my most tempting books. I've gotten rid of them. For me, it's like a heroin addict quitting on heroin or on LSD or on cocaine. I've given up. I still use partly because it's not completely negative. It can be useful, but I'm in the process of giving up on almost all of my addictions. Obesity. I have lost a lot of weight. I do not suffer from obesity, but there are a lot of people in developed countries. These are example of videos. How to run a budget. I haven't watched videos, but I've done this myself. I'm starting to do this myself. Prepping. I've been talking about this. Minimalism. Here are videos. And home economics. So it is just an example of... So the internet, people can share their perspective, and I try just to order the full view. If people are interested in improving their daily life, I will list as long as I have to, as long as I can, or if I can, or if I don't want to, or if I don't have the opportunity. Others can use this idea that I share, namely to list all the good videos, the good books, the good references for the people suffering from these various kind of problems. I do not suffer from any of these problems. That's why I haven't spent time trying to find videos, but others, I know they do. They can maybe find help. Yeah, so now I will go into more detail. Psychology. Recently, over the past few months, I have discovered this fantastic channel, American, Psych2Go. It has helped me a lot, and every day for the past, and I will keep doing this as long as I can. I watch video from Psych2Go because they help me understand myself. Here, what are the categories that I've listed? I suffer, that's my singular self, but there are a lot of people who suffer from lack of confidence. Sometimes I'm arrogant, overconfident, but a lot of time I lack confidence, so I've watched this video. Here's a video. Here are some of the most important ideas. Another video. Other important ideas which are developed in this video. So these can be found on the channel Psych2Go. I share my knowledge which can be useful. I suffer from self-sabotage. This video is interesting as well. Here's the date where I added this video. Again, how to stop sabotaging yourself. 10 signs you're subconsciously sabotaging yourself. For people feeling behind in life. Yeah, another video by Psych2Go. And this channel, also a psychologist or a female with confidence and enlightenment who has I discovered recently, who produces great video. So I share knowledge which can help people, about people with lack of confidence, whether they are males or females. Then about loneliness. I suffer from loneliness as well. Here are videos that I've watched which are good. Usually they come from Psych2Go. So here's the title of the video and some of the ideas developed in the videos. Self-discovery with Amy Lambert, that's another channel that I've discovered recently. Here's a channel and the title of the video, a channel and the title of the video, a channel and the title of the video. I've added this. Today, I watched this today. It's been very important. If I have the opportunity, I will watch this again because I suffer from partly loneliness and it has helped me understand. People who suffer from mental breakdown. I suffered from a mental breakdown a few days ago. Here's a video which talks about this. Victimhood. I've had the tendency sometimes to play the victim. That's a singular characteristic of mine, but a lot of humans share this. Like all the other, there are people who have no psychological problems, and usually they are healthier, they are more balanced, they are more stable, etc. They radiate light and confidence, etc. But there are a lot of people who are mentally broken, not in the sense of mental breakdown, but who suffer from various troubles. And solutions can be, the diagnosis is being made available on the internet for those who know how to search and how to find the knowledge. So here, an example of what I've been doing. Anxiety. I have a tendency to suffer from high anxiety. This video has helped me tremendously. I suffer from most of these determinations, one might say, these tendencies. Depression, suicidal ideation, videos can be found. Assertion, people who suffer from anxiety and lack of self-confidence, they struggle to assert themselves. So here are, I don't know which channel, probably it's Psych2Go, but here are important videos, interesting videos. I suffer from narcissism. Here are the big 5 personality traits. These are categories used by psychologists to determine the human psyche. Again, universal, particular. Each singular individual has a quantitatively determined amount of neuroticism, agreeableness, extroversion, conscientiousness, and openness to experience. It varies depending each singular individuals, but each is a particular determination of the psyche, and the universal would be the study of psychology, and it applies to all humans. Yeah. Cognitive dissonance. I've watched these videos. I suffer from cognitive dissonance. Antisocial. Here's the channel. Here are I suffer from a lot of these, so it has helped me understand myself and cure myself partly. And if it can help others, yeah. This video has been very important because I partly identify with this person in the video. I've discovered, thanks to this video, that I suffer from antisocial personality disorder. Maybe I'm playing the victim, or maybe I'm just becoming aware of some of my problems, but I can relate because I suffer from this problem. So I try to cure myself on a singular level and then to share my knowledge to help others cure themselves. Yeah. Immaturity. I suffer from immaturity. Here are videos with interesting content. This video has helped me a lot. Mr. Peterson, thank you. Dissociative disorder. I suffer from this as well. ADHD. I don't, but it can be useful for people who suffer from ADHD. The videos over the past few weeks, it was 1 week ago broadly, have helped me a lot. This video has been super helpful, one might say, because I suffer from a very high intellectual perspective, and I've understood a lot about myself and about my relationship to the world thanks to this video. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Yeah, so here it's for really a particular type of people, people really with a very high IQ, which I belong to this class of people with the 98th percentile in a bell-shaped curve distribution with the median broadly at 98 or 100. And understanding that I suffer from very high intelligence has helped me understand myself and the world and my connection between me and other people and some of the mistakes and the errors that I've been making. So it's really useful, but it's only for, by definition, a very select few. This channel, Fight Mediocrity, is important as well. And here a video about the hacking of the American mind. So yeah, I just show the broad view. People who suffer from mediocrity, addiction, excess of intelligence, ADHD, dissociative disorder, immaturity, antisocial behavior, cognitive dissonance, narcissism, lack of assertion, depression, suicidal ideation, anxiety, victimhood, mental breakdowns, loneliness, and or lack of confidence, they can watch some of these videos, or if they are intelligent, they can complete with their own references, their own books, their own authors, their own perspective, their own references, and their own list. I'm just showing the view, because I've understood, thanks to my encounter with ordinary people and my study about my excess of intelligence sometimes, that I struggle to understand others because I live, not physically but mentally, in a realm of pure abstractions, and that one way of communicating is to help people by help themselves. So here are videos about psychiatry, antisocial behavior. I've listed some of antisocial behavior, psychopathy. These are some of the characteristics of psychopath. Sociopathy. I suffer more from sociopathy than psychopathy, although I can partly suffer from both, but I've understood myself a lot better thanks to this video. They can be very helpful. The sociopath and the psychopath, they have to be helped, but by helping themselves, not by giving them chemicals and drugs, but by helping them understand themselves. And if they do, they will be partly cured. Maybe they will stop their negative behavior. Schizophrenia, psychosis. Here's the reference of the video and the channel. I think bipolar disorder. I suffer from all of these issues. PTSD as well, paranoia, autism, Asperger. And this channel has helped me a lot, living well with schizophrenia. The lady is very intelligent and she has helped me a lot. So people who suffer from schizophrenia, I recommend to follow her videos. Yeah, it's self-help. Yeah, these are connected to one of her videos. Yeah. So schizophrenia, Asperger, autism, paranoia, PTSD, bipolar disorder, psychosis, sociopathy, psychopathy, antisocial behavior. Psychoanalysis. Here again are links of very useful video. So here are determinations of the soul for people who are interested in solving or curing their psyche, or understanding at least. Here are, this is the channel and the title of the video. These are good videos. The channel, title of the video, channel, title of the video. Yeah. It has helped me a lot understand my relationship to German metaphysics. Here are my own notes. The conscious level, the pre-conscious level. So I've done this, I watched the video, I spend a few minutes taking notes, and I write this on this table, but it's not a lot of work. But this is a work in progress. But I've come to a point where I've decided to share my documents. I've already done this, but now I share all my current documents that I've been working on and that I've been using to try to help myself and help others. So the id is biological, the ego is psychological, the superego is social. These are determinations of what in psychoanalysis is called the id. The subconscious or the unconscious is the way. The ego, which is ordinary consciousness, and the superego, which is the moral principle, if I had to simplify. That would be, in my view, that's Nietzsche, Kant, and Hegel. And sometimes Kant is the superego, and Hegel is in the middle, one might say. Yeah, that's the relationship between the Joker, Harvey Dent, and Batman. Nietzsche would be the Joker, but Nietzsche, Kant, Hegel, yeah, that's an illustration in American pop culture, The Dark Knight, by Christopher Nolan. That's an illustration. This video about psychoanalysis have helped me a lot. And if I have the opportunity, I will rewatch them because they help cure a lot of problems. Yeah. The most white leftists, they suffer from a superego, a super moralistic, anti-racist superego, ecological superego, ethnomasochistic superego, etc., etc. And the right, they can suffer from an excess of id in terms of hostility, rebellious, instinctiveness, but the left as well. Here I'm talking about European, white people. But of course, the dominant trend of the modern intellectual and spiritual life of Western countries is the anti-racist, ethnomasochistic, moralistic superego. Always feels guilty, always want to condemn, to shame, to control. Kevin MacDonald wrote great books about this. which are shown in my library, and notably individualism and the Western liberal tradition. Yeah, and a lot of Europeans are subjugated by the leftist super ego. We have to be ashamed, guilty, we have to feel remorse, we have to apologize for everything, etc., etc. That's a psychological struggle between left-wing white leftist and conservative nationalist right-wing whites around the question of moral superiority. That's why I've been practicing virtue over the past few weeks and months, because now I can play the game of I'm no longer I've become immune to a lot of super ego guilt tactics. Oh, you are guilty. No, I've been virtuous. I no longer buy this bullshit because I lower down my standards of living. I share my knowledge. I make donations. I give up my books, my money. I quit my addictions. I talk honestly. I give my name and my address. I share all my knowledge. I try to help people. I confess my sins. I work hard. I cannot be shamed by a lot of the super ego leftist tendency of I've understood how it works. I will not be fooled any longer by most of the usual tactics. Yeah, daily life. So here's what I showed earlier. Here are the channels and so I not only I take cold showers, but eventually I watch videos to help understand the benefits. If people took the time to watch a video of a few dozens of minutes and then started taking cold showers, it would have a universal effect of better health for the singulars who do this, less energy consumption, less ecological footprint. Yeah. The same goes for people who suffer from porn addiction. If they watched some of these videos, it takes a lot of time, it takes a little bit of practice and will, they would quit watching porn, they would be healthier, the visibility of porn website would diminish, they would strengthen their virility, their sexual energy to dedicate this for more productive purposes than just fapping in front of a computer screen. The same goes for alcohol, cigarette, gambling. If people took the time to work on themselves, that's what I've been doing. If every singular individual watching this did a lot of work or even a slight work on himself, the cigarette industry would vanish, the alcohol industry would vanish, gambling, television, video games can be positive because they are an artistic expression, but they would be reduced. Democracy would be replaced by self-organizing community of responsible, virtuous, autonomous people. People would lose weight. The social system of socialized medicine would no longer be necessary. I'm not saying that it's possible in the short term, but that's an ethical principle. If everyone worked on himself, everyone would be improved on a global, social, and global scale. Here are videos about minimalism. Here are channels, and here are videos. Home economics, here's a channel. Yeah. And finally, I've been listing videos about men and women relationship because this is one of the problems that Western people suffer from predominantly, but not only Western, it's also the case in Asia, in Japan and China, etc. So here's a video. Stella, it has done a lot of good for me to watch this video of yours that I've found recently. You inspire me a lot, Stella. Farah Lux, I've talked about this, Jordan Peterson, so this is about men and women relationship, various, it's not ordered very structurally, I've just accumulated the videos that I've watched recently, but they are interesting. Here it's connected with porn addiction, here's a French woman talking about incels in a way. Yeah, this video I found this morning, an Afro-American talking about his problem of social anxiety and his lack of relationship with women, and I have understood him a lot. I relate with what he says, so I hope that you will be able to solve your problems, my fellow American in mind. Yeah, incels, etc., etc. Here about homeschooling. So here we had men and women relationship. Here we have homeschooling. This is the channel and the video. The channel and the video. We live in an age where people who homeschool their children, they can testify on the internet what works, what doesn't work. There have been countless books published about the problems and the inefficacies of the educational system, and here are some solutions. It's not legal in every country, but what kind of country does not allow its citizens to homeschool their children? Yeah. If knowledge spreads, a lot of people will realize, hey, but the educational system has been dumbing us down, turning us into idiots, irresponsible, immature people. Here we have means to solve the problems. I have worked, and I will keep, that's my intention, to keep working on trying to provide an alternative to the educational system by, for instance, sharing these videos, but sometimes it's rigorous lectures, or not so rigorous, but lectures on logic or the Encyclopedia, but it's partly a replacement for the educational system, because in the educational system, they don't teach you how to behave with women, how to run a budget, how to homeschool your kids, obviously, how to be a prepper, how to quit all sorts of vices, how to study your own psychology and better yourself and cure your diseases, etc., etc. Here's a channel that I discovered recently, very interesting person, very positive. When I'm very negative, I am attracted by positive people, and she's a very interesting person. Again, videos about the problems of the educational system from an American perspective, but it's valid in every particular Western countries. And education channels, which can partly replace the educational system because they talk about all topics. It's not rigorous, it's not a set of lectures, but there are also the massively open online course. But here are examples of channels, the TED, Big Thing, Pursuit of Wonder, which share knowledge, the most recent up-to-date knowledge. It's not in the form of lectures, but it can be very useful. About marriage, its relation to men and women intercourse, not intercourse, interrelation. Yeah, intercourse comes with marriage, not before. Feminism, videos about feminism, the hookup culture, bullshit jobs, working jobs they hate, your working jobs we hate so that we can buy shit we don't need. Minimalism. If you become a minimalist, if you quit your addictions, you will no longer have to work a stupid job to accumulate money, to pay bills, to pay stuff that you don't need. If you simplify your lifestyle, you can work less, do something more productive, go on vacation, watch some of these videos, you will come as a brand new person. You will solve all of your problems. You will no longer have to go to the psychiatrist, to the psychologist. You will buy better products. You will lose weight. You will no longer have to go to the gym because you will be naturally healthy. You will no longer have to spend your money on alcohol or television or cigarettes or sleeping pills or whatever. That's one way of curing people. So now I will show the broad perspective, what I've been talking about. Psychology, psychiatry, psychoanalysis, daily life, and men and women with the various categories, homeschooling, marriage, feminism, hookup culture, bullshit job. It does not belong in men and women, but that's why it's not very rigorous. Homelessness, also there are videos about homeless people. What have I done on a singular level to cure this? I have given a little bit of work to some homeless person in exchange for food stamps. I have quit my bullshit jobs. I'm not in a hookup culture. I'm not a feminist. I'm not married. I don't have kids empirically, but I promote homeschooling by providing free lectures to educate people. I have renounced most, if not all, these sins and these addictions. I've started running a budget. I've started prepping. I practice minimalism. So I do not only watch this video, but I practice. What I find interesting, I've done a lot of introspection, which has helped me understand myself and improve my relationship to others and to myself. It has been very useful. Yeah. So now it's been 2 hours and 46 minutes. I will make a pause and I will continue to comment my documents. It's 8:10 p.m. I'm in the continuity of the recording of my video. I've just taken a few minutes of pause, and now I will do a little bit of demagogy. I will record myself while eating my daily meal, which consists in salad, a little bit of oil, salt. Oil and salt, I call this luxury products. And dry bread, and water. That's what the kind of things I've been eating for the past few weeks and months even. And that's a demagogy, but that's really what I've been doing. And I've attempted very complex means to here what we see on the screen is the document, the phenomenology that I intend to comment once I've done eating my meal. Actually, maybe just to make a successful video, I just have to share experiences from ordinary life. See, I'm just like you. I eat raw salad with dry bread and water, and I call this luxury because, yeah, I'm not joking, because that's a gift from God. And the Americans, in their movies, they have told me to thank God for every decent meal. Yeah. So that's what I've been doing. And some franchise of horror movies, they have taught me to appreciate every glass of water, which I've been doing for many months now, to appreciate really every glass of water. Not all, here I will be demagogic, but also intelligent and ecological and leftist, but in an intelligent way. There are a lot of people on this planet who do not have access to clear water, or to decent, even if it's very simplified food. So I appreciate my privilege while I can. And here I will be a little bit a demagogue, really, because the white leftists who say, oh, we have to save the climate, save the planet, reduce inequalities, etc., etc., etc. Are you willing to lower down your standards of living to the point of eating just a salad, dry bread and water? I'm not sure. I am. I'm not sure that all white leftists are willing to do this. I've understood the white psychology. Virtue signaling is very important to convince white people. I am more virtuous than you because I consume less. So I will talk while I'm eating my salad. I enjoy these moments of intimacy because I understood that at some moment people would be interested in me. I wanted them to be interested in my metaphysics, my system, my scientific view, etc. But maybe I should just make videos where I eat salad and talk randomly, and they would find this more interesting than my commentary of Hegel, Nietzsche, Heidegger. I've not commented Heidegger, but I could. Leibniz, etc., etc. But here I'm a Kantian. If everyone at least temporarily ate salad and bread and water only, or raw vegetables, people would lose weight, would be healthier. I mean, not if you just eat salad, but they would lose weight eventually. There would be less obesity, less medical problems, less need for a socialized system of medicine, etc. People would be more fit, more attractive. It would reduce the consumption, the production, the plastic, the transport, the energy, because these are local products. Yeah, that would be better for everyone. And also I've understood that we live in a world which is interconnected. When I read the news, I see that the Ukrainians, they suffer from lack of access to water or electricity sometimes, plus of course the people who get killed every day. But I care mostly about Europeans, but I know it's the case also in parts of Africa, etc. But we are a global community, which is true, and good ideas, bad ideas as well, but good ideas can be universalized and made accessible to anyone in real time. I am at peace with a lot of my revolutionary decisions, namely I reduce my standards of living. I want and I need my internet connection, my computer, my books for at least a little while longer, but in the realm of food and comfort, I've been reducing my standards of living for many weeks, many months. And I speak what I think. If I have to be the villain, and partly I have to, I will be an annoying villain, not because I am completely bad, but because I have good in me. Hey, I'm the villain. I advise you to save the planet, to lose weight, to become healthier, to solve your psychological problems, to find an attractive girlfriend, to marry, to homeschool your kids, to become more intelligent. I'm the most diabolical villain ever, maybe because I encourage people to become better in every field of existence, basically. I will laugh while I can. Because I've understood recently that eventually, at some moment, I would go from a position where I talk to no one, or one or two people who have been following my videos and reacting with comments, to eventually, I've adopted this, but I no longer adopt it, to a lot of people at some moment. Paparazzi, Lady Gaga, you'll be famous, you're a superstar, etc., etc. I'm just Marshall Mathers, I don't know why all the fuss about me, I'm just a regular guy, etc., etc. Eminem. And on a more serious note, what I call my own American Revolution over the past few weeks has really helped me understand to reconnect with the ordinary people, to try to be virtuous. Sometimes it has backfired, like it always does, because I'm trying to do good, but people don't want what I think is good. But connecting with ordinary people on a singular level, on an empirical scale, while behaving as what I consider to be an American from the perspective of second half of the 19th century, even earlier, but autonomy, self-reliance, good relationship with the neighbors, hard work, Protestant ethic, being reliant. I'm not always self-reliant, but I've improved a lot. Being practical, finding simple solutions to simple problems or complex problems, like the idea of sharing the view of the totality with helping advices, links, connections. This is not just my idea because others have done this, but I do this thoroughly and in a full perspective. I reveal myself. Maybe I will be the first one to understand this idea that through the internet people can share with anyone and everyone else. And a lot of my psychiatric and psychological problem, not all of them, but some of them, stem from the fact that I don't know who knows what, because people who speak on the internet, usually teenagers or young adults, they discover this at some moment in their life, that their thoughts become public property. And some people are haunted by what they said many years prior when they were young. The example is revenge porn or being doxxed, etc., etc. But I've decided to show the view of my worldview as it is as of now. It's simplified, but the total view, so that people who stumble upon this video, they might say, okay, that's what he understands, that's what he envisions. Maybe he has interesting things to say, or if not, maybe he said interesting things, or not. Let's become famous by eating salad. Maybe if it doesn't work, I will try harder, better, faster, stronger. differently. So here's the document that I call the Phenomenology. It is structured in an encyclopedic fashion, beginning with metaphysics and logic. And I will not comment rigorously, but I will skip while I eat my salad. We have metaphysics, mathematics, logic, green, clear green. These are Germans, historically. They are the category dead authors, YouTube channels, and living authors. In green, these are the Germans. In red, these are French people. In clear blue, these are English people, usually. And then there are in darker blue, these are the Americans, which are predominantly either Germanic or Anglo-Saxon. So a lot of people, and the reason why these people are classified, I am potentially able to talk about these people, their work, their idea, their worldview, not all of them thoroughly, but all those that will appear. I know broadly who they are, what they think, not as singulars, but as particular or universal thinkers. So I have not picked them up randomly. Sometimes I have just to fill the void, but most of them I understand who or what they are, what they talk about. I can broadly classify them. So here's the view of logic. These are important metaphysicians, logicians, mathematicians, and here are YouTube channels, modern YouTube channels. I don't know what their origin is, but they produce highly demanding but satisfying intellectual content. Okay, here are names to add as for later, but I've added names every day that I want to add. So here is logic, which is the realm of pure intellect. First, I will show the view of the totality. Yeah, it's simply simplified. What kind of document I want to introduce? So here, in the top left corner, we have metaphysics. Here we have nature. And here we have spirit, which is organized according to the categories of the Encyclopedia that are found in my library. But this is the very structure of reality. And this is the document that I want to talk about. All the people that I broadly can classify, that I understand, that I can situate, that I can talk about, etc., etc. So I will briefly show. I will not comment systematically, but just people who are intelligent enough, they can think for themselves. It would take too much time to comment everything. People can read, they can find the links, they can share the knowledge if they find this useful. I just have to find the proper. Do we see? Let's assume that we do a little bit more. Yeah, okay. I will keep eating my salad. I try to provide a view and a structure for the totality of being, becoming conscious of itself. And the modern authors, they usually draw inspiration from They are prestigious ancestors in terms of intellectual legacy. So most modern physicists, they are inspired by the pioneering works of these names. So we had physics, chemistry, now geology and biology. We are living in a global, interconnected community of consciousness made aware of itself through the internet. That's the global village. But there are people who are disconnected from the technological access to the global consciousness. Every internet user except me is not aware that it's an interconnected web where everyone can talk to everyone else, potentially, if he or she has interesting things to say. Mr. Peterson, you have understood partly because you have made videos where you address directly the elites of the world. That's very smart of you. You are very smart, Mr. Peterson. And the problems of one country are the problems of all countries because of the interconnectedness of every country through economics, information, energy, culture, etc., etc. Here are videos. The scientists, they are listed in a chronological order. And I have made the hypothesis that maybe the problems of one individual might be the problems of the entire world. Who might this individual be? Who is it? Where is he? I don't know. I guess that at some moment people will hear about me Here's an illustration of the intellectual backwardness of continental Europe in terms of sociobiology. The idea that I've understood a long time ago that if anyone wants to improve the environment where he or she finds himself, he can use the universal knowledge made available on the internet. But I've said this many times with no reaction, so I have come to the conclusion that maybe I have to apply my own pieces of advice. I do not intend to improve France, maybe Germany, but I thought if I do succeed in improving the place where I find myself empirically, maybe the success will spread and it will inspire others to do the same, to imitate the good ideas, try not to reproduce the bad ideas. And if it works, so well. Because here I will speak calmly about topics which sometimes make me go a little bit insane is that white people, they are not always serious when they talk about certain topics, in a sense that if people really want to solve the problems of inequalities, economic inequalities, I don't really care as such, but if they want to solve the problems of inequalities or ecological footprint, either they have to higher the standard of living of the poorest nations to have economic inequality, or to lower down the economic standards of the wealthiest nations. That's for the economic equality, but it's much easier to lower down the standards of the rich, because the poor, for many determinations, they cannot easily or cannot at all elevate themselves to the level of the wealthiest European countries. And it's not, European here means anthropological European. It's not always a question of oppression, but simply there are differences, there is diversity, and not all countries can attain the same level of economic productivity, efficiency, etc., etc. But about the ecological footprint, I can read the news every day and see that white leftists all over the world, they complain about too much standards of living, we need to reduce comfort, living standards, etc., etc. But the people who preach this, the scholars, are they willing to apply their own teachings? Who is willing to really lower down his or her own standards to start eating only a salad and raw vegetables and dry bread and drink only water? That's just the beginning. To sleep on the ground with no mattress, to take only cold showers, to reduce. I drive no car, but here is my singular situation. But not all people can stop using their car, but people can reduce their car use. If people stop drinking alcohol, smoking cigarettes, drugs, fast food, sugar, soft drinks, stop watching TV, etc., etc., the standards from a strictly economic standpoint would be lowered down drastically. But people would have a lot of leisure to do things more interesting, but the infrastructure have to be maintained. That's why, on a singular level, I quit my bullshit job 8 months ago, and I've worked, depending what you call work, between 14 and 16 hours a day in a more productive intellectually job. And even in my new job, which consists in thinking and sharing ideas, there is a bullshit bureaucratic element, like sharing these documents, but it's necessary in the process. But once I'm done sharing these documents, I will stop as much as possible being a bureaucrat. And as long as I can make videos, I will make lectures or talks, or if I cannot make videos, I will make lectures somewhere else. But I've also understood that preaching the abolition of bureaucracy is one thing, but then I have to apply it for myself. So this is my goodbye to bureaucracy, maybe, this document. These documents, yeah. Also, I have tried, and will still try, to share my public ideas, to share my ideas publicly, as long as I'm in a relatively stable mood, and not to exteriorize my outburst of German fanaticism or insanity. Maybe it will happen at some moment, but I try not to. If everyone control himself, I mean, most people do, because very few people have outbursts of insanity publicly. But if people worked on themselves, which I've been doing and still try to do, psychologically, psychiatric, psychoanalytic, etc., etc., becoming more responsible, becoming more mature, becoming more virtuous, becoming more adult, more competent, etc., etc. Yeah, I share the recipe of a good life, one might say, Others, either they think it can help them and I will succeed, or they think no, it's too complex, let us keep our bullshit jobs and our stupid economic activity which produces nothing but garbage and poison. Then I am in accordance with myself, at least at these levels. So my morality in the realm of ethics over the past few weeks cannot be questioned. I've become more confident because I have become more virtuous. Be careful! If I discover that I'm not completely evil, I might become a little bit annoying by becoming a little bit arrogant. No, please, no! Remain anonymous. You were better when we didn't know that you exist. That's a joke, that's a joke. My life over the past 4.5 years in 2018, 19 and 22 has consisted, consciously or unconsciously, in trying to abolish evil, which I have identified with myself, so in trying to abolish myself, but I've decided to try to be a Keynesian, at least sometimes. If you're only sometimes a Keynesian, you're not a Keynesian. Yeah. I repeat what I said the day before in a video that at this moment has not yet been published. A long video, 5 hours long, where I say basically that in order to be free, to liberate myself, I have to be able and to be willing to speak the same truth to potentially everyone and anyone. On the internet I can talk potentially to everyone, but in my empirical life, in my day-to-day interaction on a singular level, I encounter other singular individuals, and I've understood a few weeks ago that I had to singularize my universal truth and to be able to express the content of my mind to empirical people around me. The American ideal of responsibility and community, I wouldn't say community organizing, but community responsibility, what I'm saying, I mean, a responsible individual organizing a community, which is what I call partly the American ideal of the 19th century, before the welfare state, before Roosevelt, before, yeah. I've understood that trying to communicate with an other through the internet, trying to anticipate who gets what parts of the message when, it's way too complex. It's not a bet or a gamble, it's complete random insanity. So I have to stabilize myself on a singular level. That's what I've been doing. And either I become unstable and others will have to stabilize me, or I remain stable and I can inspire others for the good. And the more and more people become stable psychologically, not self-sufficient economically, but more autonomous economically, by encouraging local businesses, by reducing their level of comfort if they have an excess of comfort, by becoming smarter, more wise maybe, whether it's by drawing inspiration from me or by doing the opposite of my negative tendencies, if it can help them, if it can help you be good. If you say, oh, this person is really negative, I will do the opposite so that I will be positive. That's the purpose of the negative. I've read Nietzsche and Hegel. About the politicians, I can say what I think. I didn't plan to say this in this video, but I said it already. The reason why the politicians are not free, that comes from Plato. The tyrants, they are not the freest men, they are the most alienated, because they are dependent on a tremendous amount of people, and they are not even free to move around in the country that they are supposed to govern, because it's so badly governed, especially in the West, that there are tension everywhere, and the rulers of the Western countries, and of all countries eventually, they could not go out in the street and encounter ordinary people. They would need bodyguards and body armors, etc., etc., because the people, they would want to well, they are not free. To be free, that's philosophical, that's German metaphysics. One has to be able and to be willing to go potentially anywhere not without discomfort, but without fear, or without excesses of fear, because that's what to be free means. To look at an other in the eyes and to say you are an equal, not in a communist sense, but an equal in the sense of the human condition. And someone who is not able or not willing to do this cannot be said to be free, and he will suffer psychologically in various ways, as long as he has to escape physically or geographically from that which he's trying to flee. Of course, I'm not talking about refugees or war refugees who is trying to escape from the bombings or the shots or the violence, etc. But I'm talking here about the politicians. To be free, to be a ruler, a king or a president, one has to be able and to be willing to potentially go anywhere in one's own country not without risk, but not without fear, but without maybe yes, without fear. That's what being free and liberating oneself means. I understood this thanks to German metaphysics. As long as a ruler needs bodyguards, he's not free. I don't need protection from them, for them, not from them, but for them. That's Bruce Wayne in whatever Asian country. There can be no freedom for anyone as long as people are terrified or afraid of encountering the other. It can be frightening. I'm not saying, hey, welcome all the others. No, but as long as there are no-go zones, people cannot be free. They will live in constant anxiety and alienation. Yeah. How many politicians in the West are willing to walk with no bodyguards in the no-go zones? Not many. I'm not saying that I will do this joyfully, but I have to. I understood this by studying German metaphysics. So someone who is afraid to encounter the people around him, or the people that he's supposed to govern politically or economically, he's not free. He lives in a gated community here. That's also America, but it's partly good because it enables people to really have security, but it's alienating in a sense that if one has to live surrounded by guns and supplies and brick walls, here that's a little bit of my leftist self, but not in a stupid sense that it's not to say, oh, all people are good. No, but if people are bad or are acting wrongly, a good person ought to explain to them how to behave properly. That's what I've been trying to do with my solution to psychiatric psychological problems. Of course, it's not enough, and I'm not going in the coming hours or coming days to walk about anywhere. No, I'm not yet insane at this point, but eventually I will have to, as long as I can walk or move around in the physical world. I understood this by reading German metaphysics. If the politicians of whatever country, if they are not willing or able to go down into the street with the mob and to explain to the people why there are broken households or broken families or crime or drugs, etc., that their policies are unable to fix or to solve, they will not be free, and the country at large will not be free, because it will be an excuse for the politicians to demand more taxes, more regulations, more surveillance, to try to solve the problems that the system, the socialist system, causes structurally. So I intend consciously to still make videos as long as I can, but eventually I've understood that I have to be willing to walk the earth and to go wherever I would say wherever the circumstances take me, and maybe wherever I want to go, and to feel free anywhere, either physically or intellectually, but the intellectual aspect is the prerequisite. Yeah. That's why we are living in an age of revelation, because eventually at some moment all thinking human will know about the schemings of all the others. I'm not a schemer. I try to show the schemer how pathetic their attempts to control things really are. Well, maybe I'm a schemer, but my plans, when I try to scheme, they turn against me. That's why I've been talking for dozens of minutes while eating my salad. And speaking the content of my mind. With a little bit of order. I'm not completely reckless. I come with a plan. It's not a plan, it's just the structure of the appearance of mind and the circulation of ideas and the categorization of smart people or people who think they are smart. And here I can share a populist idea. Where are the populists? Well, well, a populist idea. Yeah. Over the past few weeks and the past few months, eventually, I've been doing good actions. I've been honest, not completely honest, I've been a liar as well, but a liar by not speaking the whole truth to everyone equally at the same time. But I have been honest, I have taken risks, I have simplified my lifestyle, I have acted virtuously, I have become more responsible, so I have become better according to many standards. So now I feel a little bit more confident. There is 1 or 2 people who follow my videos. I receive 1 or 2 likes, which give me a lot of confidence. It really does. Yeah. So it feels so good. If to be bad means to act on a singular level and to take care of apparently useless endeavors like cleaning the streets, eating a healthy diet, reducing one's own comfort while promoting virtue signaling. I'm virtuous, I act for the good of the planet. If this is what being evil means, it feels good to be evil sometimes. Because I've understood that eventually some people will want to follow me, not wherever I go, because there are places I would prefer not to. For your own sake, don't follow me everywhere I go, because there are some unpleasant places. But there are some people who might be inspired at some moment. And they say, hey, but he wants us to lower down our standards while keep working hard like a Protestant. To be virtuous, to share money and books with those in need, to give work to the beggars, but this evil person is not as bad as we thought he would be. Maybe I am worse, but at this point. In case the people stumble upon this video for the first time, my purpose in life is to do good, for the simple reason that I identify with all the evils of the world. But I am not just evil. I've learned this thanks to the study of logic. I don't know if there can be more good than evil quantitatively, but I've been trying to abolish my own evil. And what I've been saying to myself is either I do good and then I'm good, or I do bad and it forces people to say, okay, don't act like this, do the opposite or do something else, or and then I will have set the standards for good as well. So I will have inspired people whether I do good or not. That's the good aspect about me. Another good aspect, that's an old joke now, is that I am trapped here. You can do as you wish, do as you please, with whatever part of me is of interest to you. I'm willing to share everything eventually. As of now, I keep my computer, my camera, my lighting. I'm not the thunder god, not yet maybe, but my books, yeah, my best books, I keep them because I intend to keep working. But eventually I will get rid of all my books, because here I will be a little bit more serious. I understand, that's what I've been thinking for myself. I will not talk like this for many long, because I've ended my meal, but eventually I know that I might frighten some people, not because of my bad aspect as well, unfortunately, but because of my good aspect, in a sense that if I say, that's what I've been thinking about today and the previous day, if I say that I will become a communist, I'm not a Stalinist, but I will really become a communist, not in a sense I want to control others. I've tried to do this, not for the sake of communism, but simply to spread the truth on my side, but simply communist in a sense, okay, I give up my property because I don't really care a lot about the material world, only to the extent that it enables to share ideas, but there are more interesting things than just money. Of course, for those in need, it's important, but for those who have too much money, it's not really interesting. And yeah. So I will do communism, ecology, libertarianism, And all added together, that's my view of German nationalism, that which I call my own American revolution. After 3 hours and 30 minutes of videos, that's what I wanted to say in the introduction. What I call my own American revolution is a mixture of libertarianism, communism, ecology, German nationalism, not just for the sake of Germany, but that's a universal creed now. Because the German have taught me that what is universal is what is singular as well, etc., etc. But yeah. I've also understood recently, maybe I've already said this in the UPS, but I repeat because I've really understood. No, I will add a few comments while I'm finishing my piece of bread. He's really a demagogue! Because I know that the politicians, when, I'm not a politician, but when there's a contender who arises in some, usually Southern American countries, a man of the people, I'm like you, I suffer hardships, etc., etc. The politicians, the bourgeois, they hate this because they say, hey, but if this idea is spread, no, if there's I know there is a guy in Uruguay who lived in a farm, etc. I don't even know his name, but then the politicians in power, the bourgeois, the rich, the oppressors of generations who have kept you down with their myth of opportunity. They will say, oh, but he's annoying, this person, no, he wants us to lower down our standards of living. That's hypocrisy, that's demagogy. We are virtuous, we take your money to falsify the educational system, to bankrupt the monetary system, to bring about unemployment, crime, corruption at all levels, etc. That's good, and you and your populism or your demagogy, you are evil, etc., etc. But they really don't like this because they are not willing to put their, well, how do you call this in English? Put your money where your word is, or your mouth is. That's how you call this. Yeah. About Taylor, I've read in a French article today that for some people of the alt-right, Taylor Swift is an Aryan goddess. I've been saying in a lot of my videos that Lady Gaga, Stephanie, is the female embodiment of God on Earth. I didn't know, it was not from an alt-right perspective, it was just from a metaphysical perspective, a German perspective. And it says that Taylor Swift, people can relate to her, whereas Lady Gaga, apparently she's considered to be too weird. Yeah, that's what the article said. Well, I prefer Stephanie, but Taylor is great as well. Yeah, what was I saying? About populism and demagogy. Yeah, what I've understood recently is that I will keep giving a few anecdotes while I finish my lunch. I understood this yesterday, I think. About the UPS. For the past 6 years, I have become a scientist, not a rigorous scientist, but unconsciously by studying the universal. The reason why people are in blue is because I wanted to show the importance of anthropological European in my worldview. But of course, these people, they are Americans. But the blue, red, green, it's just to show the importance, the quantitative, not just quantitative, but the importance of Europeans in the shaping of my worldview. Yeah. what was I saying? Yeah, about the UPS. I've realized recently that I have become unconsciously a scientist. Namely, I care mostly about the universal, and what I call my American, the beginning of my American Revolution, namely to go back into the world. I was already in the world, but to have more empirical encounters with ordinary people, local business people, neighbors, with ordinary people. It has helped me realize that the singular had to be connected with the universal, and that when ordinary people, when I talk to them about abstractions, universality, they react most of the time negatively, not always, but negatively, because I've understood this recently, that's American common sense, that Anglo-Saxon empiricism, that's just a common sense, that people, they do not enjoy being considered only through the aspect of the particularity or the universality. That's the example of, in the negative sense, that racism, to categorize every black person as black, it can be derogatory. But not to categorize anyone scientifically is stupid from the leftist perspective. It's nonsense. The proper measure, the proper balance has to be found in the middle, namely to acknowledge ethnic, sexual, intellectual, anthropological, social, economic differences with no negative feelings. Of course, it's very difficult. Yeah. But yeah, I've understood that people, by interacting with ordinary people, that they do not enjoy being looked at from a universal standpoint, because they experience this as a negation of their singular self. And this is connected with the fact, here we are in the history of literature, I have, as a singular individual, I have never almost read any biography or autobiography. I don't find this very interesting. There are a few people that I can envision finding interest in reading their biography, historical figures. I will not name them because they are German, of course. German. Depending on how extended the German territory is. That's a joke, that's a joke. Yeah, a few historical figures, but I read at the beginning of the year, partly I started to read the autobiography of Darwin. This is not the kind of book that I find interesting. I prefer reading just the ideas of the scientists. That's what I've understood very recently. That's my negative self, an aspect of my negative self. Namely, I am mostly interested in the ideas of people, which are universal, and not on their singular life. That's one of the reasons why I can be very negative. I've understood this recently, because people experience themselves as being singular individuals. They don't like to be categorized, even if it can bring enlightenment, or it's not that they don't like, but it can appear as some sort of a trespassing of the boundaries of intimacy in a way. But I will not pretend suddenly that I care about the empirical life of others or every others or most others, because I really don't. People that I have no interaction with except through pure the mediation of books or the written word or videos. I cannot pretend that I have an interest in their empirical life, because most of the time I don't. But there are people that I genuinely. But actually, in my empirical life, there have been only a select few people with whom I have been interested genuinely to hear about their empirical life, but very few. That's one of the reasons why I can be negative, because I am a scientist in this sense. Maybe that's the difference between understanding and love. By understanding others, one comes to love them in an intellectual way. That's a Spinozian love in a way. But in order to love someone genuinely, maybe there has to be the moment of the singular. And a few weeks ago I realized while I was descending from my high metaphysical spheres while watching newspapers, that ordinary people, some of them are interested in the life of sportsmen, TV show people, movie stars, etc., etc. Actually, I already knew this, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, etc. But for me, it's completely. Is my Hegelian self. I would say for the good, at least of no, I don't know, but the empirical life of public figures, for me, it's completely irrelevant. Even Eminem, I've bought 2 or 3 biographies because he's the greatest living artist in the realm of pop music. But reading his personal biography, I have had the temptation to do this, but actually it's not really interesting. If I had really the opportunity, maybe I would. But his songs are his real self in a sense that this is his work. Reading the biography of Darwin or of Newton or of Hegel or Nietzsche and Kant, I know broadly some of the determinations of their life when I was younger and naive. But actually, no. Nietzsche would say it's important to know the life of a person, the empirical life, in order to understand his ideas. I agree with Nietzsche, but I'm not interested nonetheless. Maybe the life of Nietzsche, the empirical Nietzsche, would be interesting. I know broadly. But here, that's really the classical Hegelian view. Hegel, the philosopher of Germany, would say the life of Thales, Heraclitus, Parmenides is irrelevant. What is important are their ideas. The life of Aristotle, his relationship with Alexander, it's kind of irrelevant. The best ideas, they are beyond the singular aspect of Aristotle. And in this sense, I agree spontaneously. So yeah, biographies and autobiographies and news about the life of empirical individual, with a few exceptions, it's really not interesting. Oh, except if the biography it's a well-written biography and it reveals the truths about the life and times or the historical perspective of the person. If it can help shed light or open a window of consciousness from the perspective of a singular individual. For instance, I don't know, biographies of Cromwell or Jefferson or Robespierre, if they are well written, if they are written by intelligent historians, if they can help shed light on 17th century England, 18th century France, or 18th century British colonies of the American continent, it can be enlightening. But in this sense, one of my problems from the perspective of others, which is also partly my problem, is that I have lived in pure ideas, in a purely cognitive view for years and years. And I already knew this, but I've understood this through the lens of the biographical aspect, namely spontaneously I have no interest for autobiographies or biographies. For philosophical reasons, because the best ideas are expressed through the work of artists, scientists, mathematicians, philosophers, politicians. That's the classical Hegelian view, and here I have to agree. But it's nonetheless useful. But usually the females, they are more interested in the life of individuals, and the males, they are more focusing on the universal. Yeah. So I show the full view. It's encyclopedically structured, logically structured, according to, it's not complete, it's not perfect, but it's kind of rigorous. And this is kind of my worldview. I do not have the time or the ability to think about everything at the same time, but basically I could potentially talk about any of these topics or the persons in an interesting way, but I never thought that I would have anything interesting to say, because this is one of my problems. I never had any external validation, someone who told me that I was interesting when I could speak about what I call interesting topics, namely most of the topics that I've been illustrating. And I've been deluded by a lack of self-confidence and over-reliance on others' approval. Now I will try to reverse this to be more confident. Is this a revolt of the negative? I don't know, but I've come to a point where I will try to assert myself for the good, as long as I can, and if it brings bad people, they have a lot of knowledge. My message is the totality of world knowledge. The solution to almost all problems are to be found in books, YouTube videos, etc., etc. The totality of the knowledge of the universe, the cosmos, the consciousness of God, all topics, all sciences, religions, everything is made available. Those who have, here I will be a little bit negative, the people who have no interest for science in a good sense, namely a theoretical understanding, whatever their cognitive limitations might be, but people who are not interested in studying the cosmos, or they might be more interesting in, I don't know, going into nature, as they call this, in the forest, or go fishing, or live a simple life of meditation. I can understand that, but people who think that watching TV or I do not derogatory because I've done this when I was younger, but people who think that what I would call kind of decadent forms of entertainment, when the most pressing economic problems have been solved, the people who do not use economic stability or prosperity to improve themselves intellectually and to study the universe and the cosmos are really, I understand partly what they don't, but if by being showed the view of the totality, if they are not interested, then I have nothing to say, but we are different, and here maybe that's a high IQ, maybe that's loneliness, maybe these are psychological problems like autism, etc., but there are really activities. Here I will briefly talk about autism. I've recently realized that a lot of people that I'm spontaneously attracted to, intelligent, mostly overwhelmingly European people, not because they are European, but they happen to be overwhelmingly European, intelligent, well-spoken, interesting, they tend to suffer from autism or Asperger, or this kind of or have a lonely personality or an introvert personality, and these are the people that I spontaneously am attracted to the most. Not only Europeans, but people who are intellectuals, not in a formal way, but who are who put an emphasis on the intellect, who are above average in intelligence, but who have kind of an introvert personality. And in this sense, I cannot change. I mean, I can improve, and I can improve my personality, etc. But I cannot pretend. In this sense, I'm not a demagogue. I am, but not a classical demagogue who say, "Oh, you the people, can you tolerate the excesses of the rich? They steal your money. They what do? They corrupt. They manipulate." No, I'm not this kind of demagogue. I'm worse because I practice demagogy by being simple, etc., etc. I mean, not intellectually simple, but I've simplified my lifestyle. So yeah, so in this sense, I've thought about this. People who have not the interest or the will, when it takes a slight amount of will to improve certain aspects, to get the best, maybe some of the best aspects of God, the universe, becoming conscious of itself, then I don't know what to say. We are different. There has to be an interest to all sorts of things, but eventually, even when I try to be more down to earth, more in league with the people, the masses, that's a joke. Even when I try to be down to earth, partly I am being a little bit hypocritical, partly not, but I cannot be. I will not pretend that I care about what most people care about. I care about really science, philosophy, reading good books, and eventually being with people that I want to be with peacefully. But I have personal tastes and opinions which are not universal quantitatively. in the sense of an emphasis on an intellectual view of the world and contemplation in a way. I mean, not just that, I can be a man of action. Yeah, but my contemplative view, it's my singular determination, and I cannot, I can try to modify depending on the circumstances, but I cannot fake that. I mean, I can act, but in a sense that I cannot pretend to be interested in what a lot of people are interested in. Just take an example. To make money, I don't blame people who want to be rich. Here, I'm not talking about people who want to appease their material economic suffering, but people who are well off, who are greedy. I have a lot of vices, but I'm not economically greedy in the sense that accumulating money, I'm really not interested in that. I've never been. Just for me, money is just a means to buy good books. So in this sense, I have been willing to take all the vices, all the flaws, all the negativity of the world by finding this in myself. I have greed in other aspects, like the thirst for knowledge. It has been part of my addiction, but money as such, to accumulate as much money as possible, even when I was on a lower level of consciousness, I've never been interested in this. For me, it's just a means to acquire good books or good, interesting products which enable one to understand the universe. Maybe that's when I'm in a positive mood. So yeah, in this sense, I am really different from others even when I try to erase the differences. And yeah, I will make a pause and I will continue that I've finished eating my piece of dry bread, eating my salad, drinking my water. How can be more of a demagogue and a populist? Let's eat an apple. Hopefully it's not from the Garden of Eden. I'm not committing a sin if I eat an apple as a dessert. No, of course, because it's due to bad translation. I'm intelligent enough to know this. Yeah. Maybe I've understood this recently. Maybe that's one of the last times where I can speak peacefully or speak at all. I don't know. So enjoy while you can, because if somehow at some point people get interested in me, I will probably turn like Eminem. I've already said this. The change in quantitative change of success, whether it comes with this video, or no, it will be too long, but one of the past or next videos, or at some moment, if I become I have to eventually become widespread, because some of my ideas are very intense. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. What about my cancer? Well, I'm not sure that eating apples will solve your cancer, but here I will be negative while I can. Let's laugh while we can. Let's trash talk the ordinary Christians who say, oh, my wife had a car accident and thank God she survived. Or my daughter had cancer and thank God she recovered. This is what I thought many months or many years ago. If God helped your sister or your daughter or your wife or your brother or your friend or your colleague recover from a car accident or a cancer, if you praise God, well, that's good, but who created the cancer in the first place? Who created the car accident in the first place? You can blame this on the devil, but I don't know what people think about God, but yeah. I partly suffer from cynicism because my empirical experience of the world over the past few months and weeks has taught me that when I make donations to people, they thank me. When I give directly to them, I say, I don't do this for you. It's my own self-interest to help you. I do this for myself. Nietzsche knew this, but when it's anonymous, when people receive donations, they think, oh, we have a good person who wants to make gifts. No, maybe I do, but it's sometimes so easy to manipulate. I do not consciously manipulate them, but simply I'm cynical. I have read Nietzsche. I have read sociobiology. I understand that a lot of the time when people do good to others, it's not selfish in a negative sense, but it's self-interested. Here it's not negative morally. That's what I call American morality. When the Americans were moral, we are always moral. Why do you complain? Look at our society. It's very virtuous. Yeah. No, but more seriously. American virtue and morality. Maybe it has been so efficient in the 19th century, as I envisioned this, because it was kind of an implicit agreement that it was for the benefit of everyone. It was mutual self-interest. That's intelligent morality. It's in your best interest to help me. It's in my best interest to help you. Maybe some people do this out of the kindness of their heart. They are really altruistic, but that's self-interested morality is the most efficient. When all the peoples of a community, they agree, okay, it's in our collective best interest that everyone seeks for his own well-being and safety first, not at the detriment of others, of course, at the excesses of selfishness. But if everyone is self-interested, not selfish, but self-interested, if all people are self-interested, it's in their best interest to live in a community where all the others are healthy, sane, psychologically, mentally, where they are prosperous, etc. And this is how a community can thrive, when all the people understand that it's in everyone's best interest, that everyone should look for his or her own problems while receiving help from others if necessary, while giving help if he's in a position to do so. This is the most efficient way. The proof is the thriving and success of America in the 19th century. Up until the socialists with the welfare state, they started to mess up everything. I simplify. So yeah, that's just an example of my cynicism. When I do good to others selfishly by giving donation, people, they thank me. I don't want to be thanked for that. It's so easy to just give a little bit of money. But when people have excesses of money, of course. But yeah. I laugh sometimes because I know that this is one of my best jokes. I cannot be completely bad. It's logically impossible. I will use the few remaining pieces of apple to talk about myself. I'm just an ordinary person whose heroes happen to be Eminem and Hegel. They do not mix well together. Of course they do. Actually, I'm just an ordinary person. And my hero is just a German metaphysician. Depending on the level of economic well-being, intelligence, sociological status, etc., most males have a hero when they are teenagers or still immature adults. My hero is just a German metaphysician. He can be an anti-hero sometimes. Well, I will comment more fastly the next video about ethics. This is what I wrote on the 24th of September. I haven't modified ever since. I had written this in the summer. This is my practical philosophy. I will not comment. I have done most, if not maybe all, the standards that I set for myself, and I will keep doing this. Do we see? That's why I've recommended people to read some of the books, but I do not expect from others what I do not expect from myself. So that's when I started to read the books that I promoted. That's when I started to act what I call virtuously, with minimalism, my diet, etc., etc. Yeah. Here it's really useful. Psych2Go, the channel has helped me a lot. People who understand why they function the way they do, thanks to psychology, it will really help them a lot. It has helped me a lot. I'm far from being cured, one might say, but it's very helpful. This is what I talked about earlier. This is what I've been doing for 4 hours now, and I will keep doing. I'm not saying that I've done this consistently, all the aspects, but this is spontaneously. I have not learned this mechanistically, because I do not read sometimes my own document, but I do this spontaneously. Sometimes it's contradictory, but this is this is my own ethics. I've never written a book about ethics. It's already been written by Kant and the teaching of Jesus. Not all of them, but if I start criticizing Jesus, I'm gonna have problems. I've done this almost all this consistently, spontaneously, without thinking. This is how I think, spontaneously, without even thinking. Yeah. So that was my ethics. I do not expect people to do this. That's just to find peace with myself. Maybe I take this a little bit too literally sometimes. But yeah, here it's really useful. That's what I've been doing. Yeah. I do not ask people to follow these, because I'm not able always to fulfill all these are not teachings, these are moral compasses. Sometimes it's too confusing, but yeah, this is my ethical legacy. If it doesn't work, do something else. If it works, you can try to imitate. Yeah, when I become a little bit arrogant, I say, oh, these are my ideas. I've been working for years and months on what I call now my system. So sometimes I become a little bit arrogant because I say, hey, I'm a worker. I haven't worked as hard as the people who try to take over Twitter, but I have worked. Not as much as I should have, maybe, or could have, but I have worked. Yeah. Yeah. I've made mistake with when I say enjoy a glass of water, well, that's where it comes from. Yeah. That's my ethics. Now, the plan. I've already revealed the plan, but I have not modified. That's what I thought. I think it's in July. I'm not saying that all steps are part of the plan. I mean, they are, but I'm not sure that I can implement all of them. Was getting caught part of your plan? I guess it was, because I discovered that I was trapped here. It's not a trap if I can find peace with others, etc., etc. So the date here, not the date, but the chronological perspective, I wrote this on the 23rd of July. Basically, that's what I thought in the summer. I will still try to implement consciously a lot of these, because yeah. Abolish the educational system, I've been working on it. Empty the prisons. Why? Because the prisoners, they are determined to be in prison, and so are the judges and the policemen who put them there. But in order to see this, one has to study criminology, sociobiology, IQ, etc., etc. So that's my way of solving the problem. I share knowledge, and when people understand that people with higher impulses, lower social status, usually single male with a low IQ, in multicultural society where there are conflict, they have a higher tendency to be criminals. If one understands the determinism, one is more willing to forgive than those who are victims of the crimes. It's more difficult, but for society at large to understand that the prisoners, here that's part of an aspect of American society, it's part of America, but it might be corrected, namely a little bit of American science and Spinozian philosophy, to understand that the prisoners, they are determined. So if they understand why they have been acting the way they have been acting, and if they improve morally, they do not deserve to be in jail. The same goes for the judges and the policemen who sent them there. The insane people have suffered, and I still do suffer from many psychiatric problems. I have shared the links. One of my objectives, as long as I can consciously act, will be to empty the mental institutions everywhere, because the insane people, they really suffer. I've been in a mental asylum, not asylum, but a mental institution, and the way people are treated with chemicals, that's not how you cure people. It's through understanding first. So yeah. Yeah. This is my plan. I do not consciously follow the plan, but unconsciously this is what I've been trying to do. Yeah. That's the plan. Now, a little bit more seriousness, because there has to be intellectual rigor to implement the master plan. What's the next step of your master plan? Talking about anthropology. Again, I share my documents. I have not, looked at these documents very often, but this is part of the useful documents that I have produced by drawing inspiration from books. Namely, this is the anthropological classification of mankind by the various authors. Here are the name of the authors with the period or the time of the publication of their work. Linnaeus, Blumenbach in the 18th century. Here it's the 19th century. Carlton Kuhn is more famous. He's an American. John Baker as well. Luigi Cavalli Sforza in 1990s about genetics. And the classification goes in the green. Here are the number of races, the characteristic used to determine the particular classification of the universal, which is the human species or the human race, but with particular subgroups that which we call races or clusters or genetic groups or ethnicities, depending on the vocabulary. The races are in pink. The original classification according to the author, and the adjustment with modern data derived from mostly genetics. So I will briefly show. It's of interest for every human. It's not very rigorous, but it can simplify. So Mr. Linnaeus used morphology, which is the structure of the body, to classify human beings in in 4 races: Afer, Europaeus, Asiaticus, and Americanus. Yeah. Mr. Blumenbach used skin color. He classified. So here, that's coincide. It's coherent. It's coherent. It's coherent. The names are different. The morphological or characteristic features are different, but it coincide. And he added one, the Malayan brown. That's why some people say, the race realist, that which they call the racist, the racist scientists, they are not coherent, etc. But because knowledge keeps evolving, it works in all topics. It's like saying Newton was an idiot because he was not as accurate as Einstein. Of course, but if one looks seriously at the works of serious anthropologists, there is consistency in their writings. Here in 1950, so almost 2 centuries later, with data gathered by blood groups, there are 5 races. So yeah, they are named differently, but these are always broadly the same. Just add the Australids, that's the name of native Australians, Australian Aborigines. Carlton Kuhn, he had 7 clusters, 7 groups, races. So the yellow, I moved the category. It was not originally classified here. It was classified in another category in blue. I will explain. For instance, the pygmies, Mr. Carlton Kuhn, he classified them partly under Africans, whereas according to modern genetics, they are a separate, distinct group. The same goes for the Bushmen. So here we have the original classification dating from the 1950s by Carlton Kuhn, and with the adjustment of genetics, it simply means that the pygmies and the Bushmen, for instance, they are a separate group. Because the distinctions through the advance of technology and science and genetic data, they are more accurate, so the division are more clear. It's like with a telescope or a microscope, clearer distinction can be made. Here another example. He classified the Mediterraneans, namely the people of Southern Europe, Northern Africa, the Middle East or the Near East, and India, Pakistan, under the group Caucasoid. That's why Caucasoid implies, in classical anthropology, Northern Africans and Middle Easterners as well as white people, but there are European Caucasoid, namely European white Europeans, wherever they settle, and non-European Caucasoid, these are here Mediterraneans, and the modern genetics has just shown that these people, they belong to a separate group, which is now called Southeast Asian, South Asian and North African, yeah. There are adjustments, but yeah. The same goes with East Asian. That was the original classification. With modern statistics, the Eskimos would be classified among Arctic people, but it was coherent nonetheless. So here are the classifications. So the European white people, they have 3 major sub-groups, according to Carlton Kuhn: Nordics, Slavs, and Alpines, and partly Mediterraneans, but yeah. American Indians, these are the particular tribes of the natives of the American continent. It's less accurate than in Europe, but depending on their geographical location, etc. The Southeast Asians, Pacific Islanders, and Australian Aborigines. So these are the 7 groups of humans according to Carlton Kuhn. Then another group of researchers in 1993 used genetic polymorphism. Not blood groups, not facial features, not skeletal structure, etc., but genetic polymorphism. And here are the groups that were found. So here, broadly 40 years later, the same classification were made as those previously done by Carlton Kuhn with less advanced means, but the modern correct genetic advances classify the pygmies and the Bushmen in a different category, not because it was wrong, but it has become clearer and more determined more accurate. Here, the Caucasoid, these are example of Caucasoid groups. So, for instance, Iranians and North Indians of India, not of America, but in northern India, they are Caucasoid, but not European Caucasoid. They would be classified in North Africans and South Asians. But they look similar in the sense that not the skin color, but the structure of the bones and the skull. Because they are I mean, they are not closely related, but they are closer anthropologically than Europeans with East Asians, for instance. Yeah. Here are the classifications again. So it's kind of coherent. I will show the horizontal movement, but it's kind of, there's a consistency among intelligent anthropologists. And here are the 10, that's the most recent, apparent, the 10 classification of races or genetic clusters or human groups. There is a continuity between each depending on miscegenation, etc. But there are officially, in the work of the most serious anthropologists, at least 10 groups. Bushmen and Pygmies, Sub-Saharan Africans, that which we call black people in ordinary language, South Asians and North Africans, that which used to be called Mediterraneans or non-European Caucasoid, people from the Middle East and Northern Africa, and then the India and Pakistan partly, white people or Europeans, what is called Mongoloid or Asians in a sense of the Chinese, the Koreans, the Japanese predominantly, not only but mostly, the Northeast Asians, sometimes they are called, the Arctic people, which encompass the Inuits and the Eskimos, which are closely connected to East Asians. Native American Indians, there's a continuity between these various groups of people, but they are distinct nonetheless, like there is a continuity between Europeans and Southeast Asian and North African, but it's distinct nonetheless. But there is a continuity between all human groups, but it's more or less distant, one might say, differentiated. Southeast Asians, the Pacific Islanders, and Australian Aborigines and Aboriginal New Guineans. So all humans are humans, but they are all belong to a particular group. They are all singular individuals tied to the universality for the mediation of a particular determinacy, namely that of ethnicity here. And now I will show horizontally the consistency for Bushmen. Well, it's kind of consistent with the... Actually, it's not really, because precisely it has to be adjusted. But for Sub-Saharan African, they have been consistently identified as a specific anthropological group for the past 2.5 centuries by all serious anthropologists. The same, no, not the same goes for South Asian and North African. Here, there's a little bit more confusion because they are similar to Europeans in terms of not skin color, but anthropological determinations. Europeans have been acknowledged by all anthropologists. They were white people, yes, but that's the purpose of that. A non-European scientist ought to be able to notice that there are white people, less and less, but they exist. They have existed, they still do exist. East Asians, the same, they have been consistently acknowledged as a distinct group. Arctic people, it's only recently, it doesn't mean that it did not exist, but they used to be classified when the method of classification were more rudimentary among Asians. East Asian, they are in the continuity, but they are distinct enough to be a separate group. Native American Indians, of course, they have been categorized as a distinct group as well. Southeast Asian, it's more recent. They used to be called Malayan in some works of anthropologists. And Pacific Islander and Australian Aborigines, they are also, they have been consistently classified. So these are the anthropological determinacies of human beings. 4 hours and 21 minutes. This knowledge will become widespread because this is the truth about mankind, and every human being, if he's a thinking human, ought to be able, if he's not interested, well, but to understand himself and his own determinacies. The culture, it's not rigorous determinism, but the culture of a people can only be properly understood if the anthropological and sociobiological determinations of the people are taken into account. Now, about IQ, another document. It's my own production. Of course, I've used data borrowed from books, but I have chosen the presentation. I mean, I have not worked on this a lot, but it can help. At some moment, a human will discover. So here, the colors in this category, from blue, pink, green, yellow, these are a continuity of IQ, namely the quantitative determination of intelligence. Blue, these are groups of people whose median IQ, the median is higher than 95 on a scale from, I think it's from 60 to 107 broadly. Higher than 95, higher than 85, higher than 75, and lower than 75. That's the colors for IQ. The colors for the GDP, which is the quantitative measure of economic prosperity or the creation of value, whatever is being valued. Here it's arbitrarily chosen, but above 50,000, I think these are US dollars in per capita. The statistics are from 2018, so they are not up to date, but it's not very up to date because it changes constantly, but it's just to give a broad view. So we have above 50,000, above 20,000, above 5,000, and less than 5,000. And here are the categories: the population in millions of inhabitants, the GDP in billions of dollars. They are from the book by the CIA, the CIA fact books. That's called Aufhebung, Negation, Preservation. I preserve the data offered by the CIA, and I improve them with a spiritual view included and the evolution of consciousness. And we have the GDP per capita, the anthropological determination, and the IQ of the country. So here, for instance, the color of the country is always blue, but here there's a connection between the color of the median IQ and the color of the GDP per capita. Do we see all the data? Yeah. Here are the anthropological determination. We can see that here it's classified geographically. So we have Europe, Northern Europe, Great Britain, Scandinavia, etc. We have the relationship between the IQ and the GDP per capita. At some moment, intelligent human beings will discover that there's a connection between the average intelligence of a population and its average income. This explains partly, not completely, but it explains partly why some nations are richer and more prosperous than others. That's not the only explanation, but it's part of the development of understanding and self-understanding. If a leftist, if they want to help poor countries, at least identify the symptoms, the problems, so that you can help improve. If you blind yourself, you will not help anyone. So here it's classified geographically. Here we have countries of Central Europe. We can see that the IQ is still relatively high, but the level of the standard of living are lower. It can be explained very simply because of the negative impact of communism. Communism can make intelligent peoples poor. Southern Europe, still relatively high IQ, relatively high standards of living. Southeast Europe, lower standards, partly also because of the remnant of communism or socialist policies, etc., etc. I will show again the colors for those who might be interested. Now, Eastern Europe, slightly lower IQ on average. It can be improved through nutrition, education, etc., but on average it's lower. It's partly caused by, on a sociological perspective, by the inefficiencies of communism, but but there's a connection here, the lower standards of living significantly because, again, of destructive socialist economic policies. Here, Asia, Central Asia, the countries, the average IQ, and the average standards of living. The Middle East, the same, I will not comment. I will not comment systematically, and we have a connection between the population in millions, the GDP in billions. The numbers, they are not up to date. It's just to show really a formal presentation of what I'm vaguely aware of, namely the connection between average intelligence, average income per capita, the population, etc. The whole of mankind, intelligent thinking people, they will have to know about this eventually. That's part of the process. If anyone from any of these countries watches this video, if you want to improve your country, study books about IQ that I promote. If you want to improve the intelligence of the people around you, no, it's just to understand basically. Yeah, Arabic Peninsula. So yeah, for instance, the standards are very low because there's a war in Yemen. There are other reasons, but yeah, it can explain a lot. Here, what I call Aryan Asia, people are relatively intelligent, but the standards of living are very poor. Yeah, it's just to make things intelligible when one opens the news, to have broadly at the beginning of an article by the journalist, whatever his nationality is, to have the population of the country, the average GDP per capita, the average intelligence of the population, the level of education, the life expectancy, etc., the kind of data that are found in the CIA fact book. It can help to contextualize. Here, for instance, Northeast Asian countries, they have on average the highest IQ on the planet, and a country like Mongolia, they are very intelligent, I mean relatively highly intelligent, but a very poor standard of living because of geographical isolation, failed economic policies, etc., etc. And yeah, it will become available for everyone eventually at some moment. People will realize, hey, that's why we are poor, that's why we are rich, that's why we have the hope of improving or not improving, etc., etc. Yeah. Oceania. Here, the two countries with the highest IQ and the highest standard of living, they are populated partly by Europeans. It doesn't mean that all Europeans are intelligent. Here are the anthropological determinacies, but it simply explains that, yeah, there's a reason why Australia and New Zealand are a very wealthy country. It's partly tied with the determinations of the population and with their culture, etc. The nonsense of the left, at some moment, the white leftist, is becoming boring. Antarctica, Africa, yeah. They are relatively intelligent with very low standards of living. That's an example. Of course, at some moment people will realize that the average IQ in African countries is lower, which explains a lot about the poor standards of living. That's why white leftists who say, oh, we have to help the Africans, either you upgrade their standards of living to the level of Northern America or Western Europe, which is impossible, or you lower down the standards of living of Europeans and Americans. Good luck. You may start by eating salad and dry bread and drinking water, maybe, or you acknowledge that talking about universal equality in the realm of material prosperity is just nonsense if all those factors are not taken into account. But my empirical experience of the world over the past few weeks has taught me that in some poor African countries, here it's not, maybe it's partly Western paternalism, but really there are community ties which are non-existent in more developed societies where everyone or more or less have become selfish, individualistic, egotistical, etc., etc. When people are poorer, they are forced to help one another. Yeah, but eventually at some moment people will know that on average the IQ is lower in most African countries, and it explains a lot about the poor standards of living. That's not the only explanation, but it explains a lot. I learned this 5 years ago, and I know that it's not, it's kind of controversial, but I don't care at this point. I will spread not my ideas, but actually they are my ideas, but just to make the world intelligible, because as long as the world remains unintelligible, confused, opaque, vague, darkened by ignorance, etc., the problems cannot be solved. Yeah. Here it's not even, it's beyond right and left. It's just anthropological realism and common sense sociology on a world scale to understand the correlation between intelligence and prosperity. Yeah. Yeah, so that was the document about the IQ on the various continents. I showed a broad color, they are always blue, the countries, but here the color of the IQ to help situate broadly what can be noticed is that yellow IQ, which means rather low IQ, comes often with low income. Here we have blue and blue because highly intelligent people produce high standards of living. It's not always the case. For instance, in Asia we have high IQ with high standards of living, mostly, but not overwhelmingly, because political limitations, limitations of entrepreneurship due to various anthropological, cultural determinations, etc., etc. Basically, this knowledge is made available, and anyone who thinks about economics can anticipate. And here we find the countries with the highest IQ, they have the highest standards of living. Usually, there's a strong correlation. Yeah. Now, IQ and GDP. Here, these are broadly similar datas, but here it's classified. Okay, so here we have the classification of IQ: above 95, above 85, above 75, below 75. The classification of GDP, PIB is in the French equivalent. Here are the anthropological determination. In yellow we have Northeast Asian, in this color we have Europeans, and in orange Southeast Asian. So here we have the same, more or less the same data. They are from 2018, so they are not up to date, but it's to give a broad perspective. The population in millions, the GDP in billions of dollars, the GDP per capita, and the median IQ. And here it's classified from the highest to the lowest in terms of IQ, and it helps see eventually the correlation. I comment just briefly. Here are the most, not the most intelligent countries, but the countries whose population has the highest median IQ, namely half the population has an IQ above 107 in Singapore, above 105 in the Northeast Asian country, above 100 in the predominantly overwhelmingly European country, etc. So that's why it's classified from highest to lowest, and we can see there's a strong correlation. Here, for instance, I just explain for the people who might not understand, most blue IQ, they bring about either blue or yellow, blue or pink GDP per capita, which means that there's a strong correlation. In all these countries, there's the peoples with high median IQ, they have above average on a global scale standards of living. But there are a few exceptions, and here the moments which stand out, that's how it is to be interpreted, are of course the yellow and the 4 countries in green, which means, I simplify, we'll not do this for every country, but the population has a very high IQ, one of the highest in the world, but relatively low standards of living in comparison with what could potentially be achieved depending on the level of intelligence of the population. So, for instance, just by looking at this, one can notice very easily that there is a problem here from a strictly economic standpoint in China. Namely, they could be wealthier. There have been tremendous growth over the past decades. There's a problem in Hungary and Croatia in the sense that the population has a highly average IQ, but relatively low, and here it's kind of insignificant because the difference between Slovakia and Hungary is just a few thousands of dollars. But that's just to illustrate how to interpret this kind of data. The 3 countries which stand out, it's not very rigorous. It's just, my documents are not finished, and I do not even intend to improve them. It's just to show the method of understanding. So Croatia, Hungary, and partly Slovakia, they suffer from underperformance, one might say, and Mongolia, it's really kind of an odd occurrence. As a scientist ought to study, but why does a country with a very high IQ has such poor standards of living? It stands out as being an odd occurrence. What are the reasons? They can be explained politically, geographically, etc., etc. I don't know what are all the reasons, but it's just to help to think. And the rest, one can see that there's a strong correlation. It can be seen with the colors that between the intelligence and the average IQ. Here, Russia and Poland, the same. They have average a highly intelligent population with relatively low standards of living. Yeah. Here is the category in pink. These are lower, but still very intelligent. There's still a correlation in the sense that it's not pink comes with blue, green, or pink. And here the odd aspect would be the yellow, namely, here of course there are conflicts. There have been and there's still conflict in Ukraine these days from 2018, but the country with a relatively high IQ, namely in pink, with relatively low standards of living, there are problems of economic policies, of potential, etc., etc. That's how to interpret. Yeah. I will not comment systematically. And here, again, in yellow, these are populated by Northeast Asian predominantly. This color is populated in a majority by anthropological Europeans, and here by Southeast Asians. Yeah. One can see that there is an anthropological determination. That's how the world works. Yeah. Those who completely ignore the anthropological aspect, they completely miss out on geopolitics, politics, history, economics. They blind themselves, they blind others. Yeah. Because here I talk about European, white people. They have the tendency to sabotage themselves for moral reasons, but other peoples on this planet, they are not as stupid. Yeah. Here, Qatar is odd as well. The average intelligence is relatively low in comparison with some other countries, but the standards of living are very high. Where are the white leftists to complain about slavery in Qatar? Ah yeah, they are watching ball games as I record this. I don't blame you, I don't blame you. Yeah. Those who do not see the connection, it's not the fault of people, it's not that they are inferior, it's simply that to understand the poverty in the world, to take into account the latest development of psychology, which are not recent because they are more than a century old, it can help. It's not being racist, just to acknowledge how things are, because it is the precondition to first understand the problems, eventually the solutions, what can be done realistically or can't be done, etc., etc. Okay, here the dollar sign does not belong with the population, but with the GDP. Here I will not comment because basically the idea was that it's not very rigorous, very coherent, but the percentile means broadly 40% of the population owns 82% of the wealth, or something like that. 50% of the population, they own broadly 89%, which means that the remaining 50% of mankind, they are 11%. I'm not sure of these statistics, but basically, yeah, here it's not very rigorous. I did this to try to clarify, but these data, yeah. And here, these are the same data, but organized differently. Here, it's classified not from top IQ to lowest, but from top GDP per capita to lowest. The data are from 2018, the CIA World Factbook. So we can see that, as far as I know, the wealthiest countries are Luxembourg, Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, and the US. And there's again a strong correlation. These are the same numbers, but it's classified differently between high standards of living and high intelligence. High standards of living, with a few exceptions here and there. Here the exception would be Saudi Arabia, the Bahamas, and Kuwait. A high standards of living is correlated with a relatively high intelligence. Lower standards of living, yeah, I just show. It's just sometimes using a couple of determinacies can help clarify a lot. I quit high school at the age 17. Maybe that's why I'm smarter than some people, because I've not wasted my time in college or trying to work stupid lectures, whatever. Yeah. For instance, here, Cambodia, there's a serious problem. They are very intelligent, they have very poor standards of living. What's wrong with you, dear Cambodian people? I don't want to make you rich, but if I can share an excess of a wealth of knowledge, one can understand partly the frustration of the Chinese, maybe at some level, because they are very intelligent and they are relatively poor in comparison with what their intelligent, etc., might enable them to aspire to. But yeah, it helps explain a lot. Just these statistics, GDP per capita, it has evolved, but broadly, the GDP per capita, the average intelligence of the population, the number of the population. Yeah, how many people who talk about geopolitics or history are aware just of this determination, the importance of IQ, etc., etc. I want to abolish the educational system. It will abolish itself at some moment, because people will realize that we've been taught nothing but nonsense. Yeah. But if you had been smart from the start, you wouldn't have felt the need to become smart by studying on your own. I give you the opportunity to be a self-made knowledge gatherer. Not a hunter-gatherer, but a knowledge gatherer. Yeah. Okay. 4 hours and 43 minutes. The Life of Spirit. I haven't modified these documents for many weeks and months. Here it's classified by country, by geographical country. The categories: logic, nature, with the subdivision, Geist, Anthropology with the subdivision, Psychology, Phenomenology. Then I will just show briefly. And here, in the middle, we have objective determination, rights, crime, money, banking, morality, family, economics, sociology, education, culture, entertainment, technology, the media, the state, politics, government, geopolitics, art, religion, and philosophy. These are the fundamental formal aspects of the classification of being. And now are all the names. Here we are in the United States of America, as a country, legislative country, so people who are American citizens or have been. Yeah, so YouTube channels, living individuals, dead individuals, categories, spiritual individuals. I will not comment. They appear already in my Phenomenology a few hours earlier. So the same name appears. I have not modified, but just the purpose of this document, if people do not understand, is just to prove that there is being. There are a lot of things in being, and God is being. But being is not just being; it's a process, etc., etc. Monsieur Agelin, John Agelin, Mr. Agelin would agree. That's what he called the potentiality. Yeah. Mr. Krauss, he says there is nothing. The universe comes out of nothing. Mr. Agelin, he says there is being. The universe comes out of being. Eventually, they might agree at some moment. They might become an interesting pair of scientists, because becoming is the unity of being and nothing. Here, that's a little bit metaphysics. Yeah, so here are the names. Basically, once this video is recorded and published, I don't know when and what people will watch, who will they take the time and stuff, but what I want to share is just, it's the formal presentation of being with individuals. That's the consciousness of people. I don't know what to say, because it's, when I make too complex, it's unintelligible. But if I had to simplify, if people have not understood as of now, I don't know what to say after 4 hours and 46 minutes, but basically the knowledge about theoretical physics is downloaded in the mind of Mr. Krauss, for instance, and all the scientists, but he's one of the best in the modern world. That's he contains information, that's a receptacle of information in his writings, in his speeches, in his understanding, etc. Each individual reflects an aspect of the cosmos. So all these people, they are American or Canadian, alive or dead. These are YouTubers, etc., etc. I will not comment thoroughly, but the intellectual and spiritual life of the United States in the 21st century is the most vigorous, the most active, the most interesting, the wealthiest, etc., etc. So here I will take here it's left and right. On the left we have more left-leaning people. I will try to show, they are determined in function, they are classified in function of the determinacy. Here, money in banking, these are examples of people that I'm aware. All the people that are listed here, these are people that I can briefly talk about, know what they do broadly, very simply. It's not very rigorous, etc., but it can help classify people, and each person, they have an opinion on banking, but they also have an opinion of morality, family, economics, education, etc. But here only their universal self appears, what they have produced as a work concerning banking and money. And here that's just the left side. I will show the right side later. That's a video on YouTube. And the ideas that these people express, they are made accessible through the internet, through their books, through their videos, their conferences, and anyone can appropriate these ideas on the condition that he or she understands these ideas. Anyone can import the great ideas of America in his or her own country, because there are a lot of great ideas, whether for good or for bad, because some Keynesian economists, they are not always very sound, these economic policies, but if it's not a role model for economic policy, people who are interested in economics, they can say, okay, we will do another policy. Yeah. So when I say that I understand the US from my perspective, I really do, because I mean I really do in a way, I really do and I really don't, in the sense that I've never been and probably never will go to the empirical United States. But I understand the intellectual and spiritual and partly historical life of this country more than many people. And I'm not sure that every American knows as much as I do about America. Actually, I'm sure they don't. But at some moment in my process, I thought that the people who are supposed to be smart would know all what I know, but actually I think they don't. I know they don't. Do you feel in charge? Your money and infrastructure have been important to know. Your books about the CIA are very useful, the statistics. Here I did this many months ago, a few months ago, in a couple of minutes. Of course, I could list all the actors, all the Afro-American musicians, all the movie directors, etc., etc. Here, just to express what being is, what there is within being. There are not only good aspects, but there's a tremendous wealth. So here it has been, they are not all leftists, but the left-wing view, because it's not always political, but it's just an illustration. Now I will show the right-wing view, one might say. I know broadly about all these people, not personally, but their important determinations, what the books they have written, the kind of ideas that they have developed, etc., etc. Stella, I am doing this to try to reach you one way or another. All what I've been doing for the past 4.5 years, consciously or unconsciously, yeah. We might have our fair share of problems together, but let's not think about the bad aspects for now. No, it's not the time for the drama. That comes later. Stella, if you hear about me at some moment, you might find me a perfect fit, maybe, or perfectly unfit, depending on the circumstances. But I think it's perfect fit, as you call this. We will see that. Look what you make me do. Maybe at some moment people will hear about my story with Stella, or lack thereof. Maybe my failed romance. A failed romance is still a romance, and maybe it's not always a failure. Very interesting, these Americans. Whenever I feel down, like when I started the video, I start talking in English about... I talk to everyone actually, but I think that I'm talking to the Americans. And I feel better about after a few hours. That's my therapy. America, I might be your therapist. No, please, no. You have been partly my therapist over the months and the years. Yeah, that's what I could say about, or not say, but the broad view of the life of spirit, of the intellectual life of the United States of America, where all the ideas, the most thriving, brand new ideas, sometimes the most ludicrous ideas are to be found. That's the most intellectually thriving country in the 21st century. Now, the life of France. That's the same structure with different names. Yeah. Where are the modern scientists? I don't know. Yeah, maybe I have improved. Yeah, maybe there are. Yeah, I haven't updated this document for a lot of time because in the more modern version there are more names. But basically, if it's still not clear, the best ideas which are expressed in the US mostly, or in the Anglo-Saxon world, they can be appropriated by anyone. This person has imported intelligent idea about sociobiology in the context of France. They are probably the same in Ireland, in the Netherlands, in Germany, the legislative Germany, maybe in Eastern Europe, etc. The ideas of the US, because this is where the life of the spirit is the most intense and therefore the most extended, become available to all. Yeah. Just another illustration. These French libertarians, they borrow most of their ideas from American libertarians of Jewish or Anglo-Saxon origin. Yeah. All these people, they are all interconnected. Yeah, here that's the political life more familiar empirically, because the language that I speak the most fluently is French, so I cannot be as fully aware of the life of other countries because of the limitation of language. But this is basically the structure of the intellectual and political life of a country like France. Cosmopolitan elites, anti-racist left, feminism, ecologists, stupid teenagers, anti-colonialist, far left, Islamophobic, Islamophiles, communists, socialists, Muslim immigrants, left-wingers in favor of sovereignty, Islamo-skeptical leftists, right-wing opposition from a cosmopolitan standpoint, left-wing conservatives, pro-sovereignty left, serious ecologists, anarchists, Islamo-leftists, communists, anarchists, situationists, civic nationalists. These people, they publish books, or they express themselves publicly on the internet, on television sometimes. From an American perspective, from the perspective of Americans of America, the intellectual life of France can be interesting on some aspect, but there's enough in America. I'm not sure. The French they bring some good ideas to the table, but the tradition of France is much wealthier than the modern intellectual life of the French. Yeah. The intellectual level here, I've said this many times, it's on a different league. The Americans are in a different league. Some of the most enlightened person in terms of balance and common sense, they switch towards communism, but they are balanced and common sense from the perspective of sometimes the excesses of the right as a reaction against the left. Yeah, that's what I could say. England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales. Same thing. I haven't modified these documents for many months, I guess, so it's kind of... But people, if English-speaking people from England, native English people or Scots, if they watch this, somehow they can improve and feel themselves, their own perspective on their own native country, one might say. I can only know this is the perspective of my perspective. Empirically, I live in administrative France with a German identity that I'm recovering. Yeah. So here I could study the intellectual and spiritual life of England, but it would be very interesting. It would be fascinating, I'm sure, but I cannot study the intellectual life of all the countries. I mean, I will still do partly every day as long as I can, but I share... I've already shared this, but now I share all my documents at the same time. People are either they understand or they don't. But I cannot do everything myself as a singular self on this level, because I cannot list all the intellectuals, all the ideas of all the people of historical, present, modern day, etc. It's too. I mean, I could in the long term, but I'm trying to solve problems. And I'm willing to abandon my quest for perfection. So I share. It's like in the Star Wars. It's not the Death Star, but it's the plans of the Death Star. But it's not the Death Star. Maybe it's just the star. These are just the plans. It's not a field. It's just the structure. People have to find their own place. How they relate to themselves, to the world, to their own country, depending on all this information. Yeah. Because there's someone like Douglas Murray, he might be an empirical Englishman. Mr. Murray, you are an Englishman, but you have become a public intellectual for the West at large. Your books are translated in English, not in English, in French. They are published in the US, probably in Germany, probably in the Netherlands, etc. You are becoming a Western intellectual and eventually a world intellectual, because anyone can read your books. So in the countries where they have enough money and leisure, etc., to read books, yeah. The English and the Americans, they are probably the most, they are the most beautiful people. I don't know what else to say. Not all English people are physically beautiful, but the overwhelming majority of the most beautiful human beings ever photographed or recorded on video, they were either English or white American. There are also very beautiful people in Germany, in France, in every country, but overwhelmingly this comes from in the Netherlands, etc. But overwhelmingly it comes from England and the US and the colonies of England, Australia, etc., etc. And in a historical perspective, it is well known that these were the Greeks, the ancient Greeks, who were renowned for their beauty. Yeah. Okay, Jewish people. maybe the Jews will recognize me at some moment. I have recognized some of them. There are Jews on the left and on the right. This explains a part of the negative reaction within the right-wing spheres. A lot of cultural Marxists have Jewish origins. Not all Jews are cultural Marxists, but a significant proportion of cultural Marxists are Jews, which brings about negative reactions against Jewish people, which explains the revival of right-wing anti-Semitic policies. But everyone can know this in the global village. I'm sick of trying to anticipate who will understand what when. I speak the truth. It's not the truth. The truth is the totality of the process. But I spread light. I share light, and I will. At some moment, people will be interested in what I have to say. They will look at my documents. It will help them understand themselves. Mr. Zemmour, one of my first intellectual mentors, in the French political context, he's considered to be dangerous because he has a culture. He's a highly cultivated person from the French culture. He has mostly a literary, historical culture. He's not up to date with the modern sciences, but he's intelligent and witty and charismatic and strong-tempered. But that's an example of how culture can be dangerous, because people with a culture, they have standards, and I have acquired a culture over the past 6 years. This is that which explains why I have certain standards unconsciously that I am becoming aware most people do not share, because this explains here, it's not that I justify myself, but I explain myself and some of the things that I said to others. When one has acquired cultural standards in terms of philosophy, theology, art, science, etc., I have had a tendency to look down on others, but other intellectuals. Maybe an entire nation sometimes. I will have to take the consequences, but simply, to say that, I will just take an example, but modern France, intellectually and culturally, it's completely decadent in comparison. I'm talking about the intellectual elites, the journalists, the scientists, the writers, the poets, the philosophers, etc. It's completely decadent in comparison with the US, of course, with the Anglo-Saxon world at large, in comparison with Germany, but also in comparison with the standards of the French historically, and the same goes for every Western country. They are all decadent in comparison with America, modern day America, and each is decadent in comparison with its own cultural past. And here a little bit of German pride. It's difficult to compete with Germany in the really spiritual topics. It's really difficult because the Germans, they compete against one another already. But Germany here, that's a little bit German pride. Pride comes before the fall. I know. It's not excessive pride, but simply the standards of Germany in philosophy, ontology, mathematics, metaphysics, physics, all fields of music, linguistics, etc. It's on a different level from any other country, anywhere, even the US. That explains some of my views. In the modern day, of course, the Americans, they are the best. What did you expect? But historically, the Germans and most Americans, white Americans, they are Germanic, in case it's not clear. They are descendants, cousins, of the Germans through the mediation of the Anglo-Saxons of England and Scotland. They are just cousins. But however, the modern intellectual life of 21st century Germany, of which I'm not fully aware because I do not speak German very fluently, it's really decadent in comparison with America, obviously, and with the standards of Germany historically, obviously. Maybe I'm the voice of the Germans, the German people. The Germans, I don't know what they would think about me. Because I know at some moment the Americans will discover what I have thought about them. Oy vey! Some will say it's better, it's worse than what we expected, and some probably will say it's much better than what we expected. You think too high of us, don't have such a high opinion of ourselves. Some Americans will say this, they will say, oh, the burden of the standards, they are too high. No. Please let us be decadent, because be careful what you wish for. That's a joke. No, but I understand that I have developed in a way a completely ludicrous view of America and of Germany. The view of France, England, Canada, etc. It's partly accurate. But the historical view of Germany, the modern view of America, also it's partly accurate, but it's so over the top, one might say, that this explains partly sometimes my German fanatical tendencies. Germany is the country, historically, which has produced these artists. And these artists as well. But here, yeah. Germany is the country which produced Bach, Mozart, Beethoven, Wagner, Brahms, etc., etc. Also, I've understood that there are a lot of reasons why a lot of people will probably hate me. But one of the reasons is that let us just talk about the modern, the French, the intellectual elite in France. I'm willing to say that that's part of my ethos. I have to be willing to say this to anyone, including the French of France. The intellectual and spiritual life of the modern day France is so decadent in comparison with, like I said, German, English, American, and French standards. But I'm well aware that even in this completely decadent artistic, intellectual, and scientific production, in comparison with the standards that I've just listed, a country like France is still above most other countries in the world, which is why people, I understand, because that's why I have been and will be resentful. I will try not to, but bitter, at least, against the intellectuals, because they do not share what's the sentence? The hardships of the people. They live in their ivory tower. Yeah, we take from the rich, the corrupt, oppressors of generation. They will endure. What does Bain says? The cold world that we know and endure, etc., etc. I don't want to oppress the rich. Their excess of economic wealth sometimes is a self-oppression, because they completely miss the point of yeah, but without the wealth of the rich, there wouldn't be all these innovations, etc. I'm intelligent enough to understand this, but yeah. So here's the formal presentation of the document of the CIA, slightly modified, but these are the categories. This is the formal aspect that the CIA published in its textbook. To understand a country, all these determinations have to be updated, constantly taken into account for every country, as long as there are countries, borders, etc., etc. And it's not just empirical collection of data, also the intellectual and spiritual life, namely how people become aware of the determinations of their own country or their own civilization or their own determinations as individuals, their own ethnic group, their own gender, etc., etc., and how they react to this overflow of information. That's why it's very complex to understand God, because God is the process. That's why I've given up on trying to follow the pace. It goes too fast. That's why I simplify, but I nonetheless provide a formal structure which can help people classify. So these are the categories used by the CIA. I've slightly modified the document. Now, I will show the view with more numbers. So here, this is the what I've showed just earlier. I should have taken notes for the... I will edit, no, I will not edit, but I will note the moment when I start talking about... So yeah, but here we have the life of spirit for each country. That's how to understand a country. The spiritual life, intellectual life has to be taken into account. The books being published, the figures which express themselves on the internet, on the public sphere, etc., etc. Plus, really the empirical statistics provided by all sorts of institutions, public or private, etc., etc. And here are some of the data of the US of 2018. They can be adjusted. They are made available the various websites. It's just how to think rigorously, more or less. But that's CIA rigor, and I just add the German aspect, although it's loosely added. The German aspect is you have to add the development of spirit, the culture in the broadest sense, the intellectual life, not just the data and the statistics. Empiricism has to be complemented when it has to, when it's useful, but also complemented by metaphysics, one might say. And the unity of both produces intelligence, maybe. So here are the statistics or the data. I will not comment, but anyone potentially can say, oh, can have access to all the data about the United States of America. Yeah. That's why everyone is becoming aware of everyone else. That's the global village. There are conflicts in villages. There's the idiot of the village. Sometimes that's me. But not anymore. To understand a country, one has to understand all these determinations. But the numbers, they keep changing, but the overall numbers, they are relatively stable over time, etc. To understand a country, the proportion of various ethnic groups has to be taken into account, like the determination of IQ. The CIA does not provide these kind of information precisely because they work to try to prevent and to hide these kind of information. That's not their fault. That's not their fault. The age structure. Very simple predictions can be made in terms of dependency on the health system, prospect for growth, depending on the origin, the intelligence, the education, the number, the age of the population, etc., etc. Predictions about demographics, fertility, etc., etc. The population pyramid. Yeah, the same. The data are made available to everyone. Any country can look down on another country and say, haha, you have a problem, your population is too old, or too young, or too unbalanced. Let me take some young people to try to replace the old people. Yeah, but not all people are interchangeable. If you think so, it brings about conflicts, etc., etc. That's why the schemers are scheming in broad daylight. That's what I've been doing. any person interested in any country can look at the obesity rate in any country and say, a significant proportion of your population suffer from weight excesses. It gives you problems in terms of infrastructure, medical help, in terms of cost for the whole of society if the help are socialized. What are the reasons why there are obese people? It's a lack of quality of food. It's a lack of there are many reasons. They are not guilty, but I've published self-help links to help people lose weight, have a better diet if they are interested. I have lost a lot of weight over the past few months. I was overweight. I have become more fit, more slim, more healthy in a way. Yeah. Abolish the educational system and you can earn 5% of the GDP to redistribute, not to redistribute, but not to tax the people, because the educational system will be abolished. Wow, at some moment, people will say, oh, why pay for expenditures when the entirety of human knowledge is made accessible? There's this very generous person who shares the structure of the totality. He makes good jokes. He can be entertaining. I will not send my kids to school. I will tell them, watch this person. He's a self-taught, self-made intellectual. Maybe that's a real American. He provides entertainment. He provides, well, I'm not sure that I provide economic wealth because I'm a minimalist and an ecologist and a communist, a libertarian as well. But I don't really care about the money. I mean, it is important. I have learned this by studying French people. It's important to have a little bit of money, but just enough. I mean, here I'm talking in the realm of privileged country to have access to technology, the basics of self-subsistence, but then the excesses. It has to be. It will disappear eventually. Stop working jobs you hate to buy shit you don't need. You can do this for as long as you wish to, but people watching you are wasting your life with your bullshit job. There are more interesting things to do in life than bureaucracy. Here I'm doing a bureaucratic work, one might say, but I will not do this very often any longer. If people are interested in what I have to share, they can improve my documents. I'm with the libertarians. And with the green as well. I'm a green libertarian. That's why I'm an alien, maybe. I will praise America as long as I can, as long as I want to, because they are the best. They are simply so better than anyone else. I've been very critical of the CIA, but to have a central intelligence agency who publishes documents, it's updated, it's rigorous. Of course it is. It's sometimes I have a tendency to be overly critical, but it's good. It's good work. I don't know what else to say. The problem. If I was at peace with myself and with everyone else, I would sit for a few hours, a few days, and I would genuinely study and try to understand the interconnectedness of everything. But it's so complex. But of course, there's an interconnection between the demographics, the educational system, the GDP, the geological determinacies, the resources, the culture, the religion. All is interconnected. Of course. If I had nothing better to do, I would make a direct interactive board where all the data are modified in real time, like in Wall Street, etc., etc. Because everything is interconnected. Global commerce will be reduced in the coming times. At some moment there will be a reduction of global commerce. One way or another, things, a lot of useless things have to disappear. It can disappear peacefully, willingly, a peaceful transition, if everyone acts. That's the interest of others and my interest as well. If everyone acts on an individual level, by reducing his or her own standards of living willingly, peacefully, it will help everyone stop buying useless stuff. That's what I've been doing. I keep buying products as long as I can, but eventually my plan to make a peaceful transition was to trust the libertarian thinkers and the competent entrepreneurs in their particular fields, businessmen who are competent, remove the regulations, and things should start falling into place. Because I've understood that by my empirical encounter with people, not all people want to stop working. There are people who genuinely enjoy their job and their work, and being prevented from working can be very unpleasant if one has the willingness and the ability to work. So there are the people who would like to stop working, usually the communists, and those who would like to keep working, usually the entrepreneurs, the businessmen, in a broadest sense, the libertarians, etc. On a personal level, one of the few things that I've enjoyed in a chronological perspective has been working. The idea that I have to work, that I can work, that I can be productive, that I have to put a lot of effort, there are demands, requirements, it has been stimulating. And as long as I can peacefully and willingly work, I will peacefully and willingly work. If I am forced to work, I will work, I guess. But working has been one of the best things that has ever happened to me. I understand that people who are really shitty jobs, they might not want to keep working, but I have understood, thanks to my empirical encounters, that a lot of people, if provided with the possibility, I don't know how it's going to happen, but if they say, do you want to spend the rest of your days on earth working, not tirelessly and mindlessly, but in a measured and proportionate way to create, I don't know if it will happen, and how many people are willing to work maybe for free, just for the sake of producing and creating and expressing themselves. I don't know what's going to happen, but on a personal level, as long as I can or have to, I will work, because I enjoy this. Yeah. Now, the same document here, the same, the lines are empty, but I have the data in the textbook by the CIA, but these are broadly the same, so I will not waste too much time. I have the data in the book, so they can be found in any other book on any website, and they can be actualized, etc. Here's the document that I showed earlier. The same goes for the United Kingdom. These are the same categories which have to be filled. The life of spirit, which I showed earlier. If someone wants to conquer Britain, use a German artillery. Not like in the 20th century. I will use just statistics and metaphysics. If I have to conquer the United Kingdom, if the British can look at themselves statistically, if no one fills in the blanks, I will do it myself. That's what I've been saying to myself. Here the same goes for Germany. So for the people who find themselves in a position of leisure, tranquility, stability, economic, psychological, etc., if they have nothing better to do, if they are interested, they can play this intellectual game for the intellectual elites to try to gather the totality of historical, cosmic, universal knowledge, to organize this, to order this, and to read themselves through the mediation of all these determinacies. Of course, it's for the highly intelligent people, or for maybe the fanatics. Yeah. And finally, I think, okay, here's the view of the totality. Here I will drink a glass of water, but I'm becoming a little bit tired. This is the kind of things that I've been working on for months, while thinking that it was not good enough, not rigorous enough, not serious enough, not systematic enough, etc., etc., which a part of me still believes. But I have understood a few months ago that to try to understand the process of God in real time, it goes way too fast. To try to outsmart God, it's impossible. So I share my documents, but from now on I will use a much more simplified view with much simpler categories. And my new ethos, like I said, is focus on the singular and try to radiate order around. If I have to change the strategy, I will, but if everyone focuses on his or her singular self with the earlier documents, here during my pause I will show again. If more and more people at some moment, if they understand the usefulness of the internet, instead of watching porn and whatever makeup channels, I don't blame them, but instead of watching stupidity, not all makeup channels are stupid, but instead of watching useless content, they might help cure themselves. People who suffer from no problem, you have already won. You can enjoy whatever positive aspect you've had. Yeah, so here I will. These are examples. I will just go get a glass of water. I know it can help others because it has helped me a lot. And the more and more people cure themselves on a singular level, the more harmonious societies will be. It might be difficult to reach, but eventually it has to happen. Whether or not I will be physically present, that's my will to harmonize, order the whole of the cosmos eventually. I've been working on the theoretical aspect for months and months intensely, and recently more and more focus on the practical ethical aspect. I'm a worker. I deserve an increase in pay rise because I work for free. If you increase a wage of $0, €0, zero whatever currency, if you increase by 10%, well, it's still zero. I don't care about the money. Maybe, you are arrogant, think about all those poor people who need money. Yeah, I think about them. That's why I promoted views about communism. It doesn't work economically. Libertarianism, it has worked, it works economically. The unity of both is a libertarian communist, advocate of private property, freedom of speech, right to bear arms, freedom of association, and disassociation, while also sharing his or her own resources. Because in a libertarian society, people, I've read Mr. Anthropology, they ought not to be accepted as communists, but if they are libertarians who value private property, if they want to give away their private property without forcing others to do so, if a libertarian who owns his own property wants to use this to share it with others who need it more, that's his libertarian right. I've done this with a lot of my property. If you are a rich libertarian watching this, other than myself, I recommend that you should give away your money, your material stuff. And what was I thinking about recently? Yeah, if you trade liberty for comfort, you deserve neither liberty nor comfort, and you will get neither one nor the other. So you better get rid of the comfort to preserve liberty. That's what I've been doing. Maybe at some moment, some people, when they understand broadly what I'm talking about, I'm not talking here about the psychiatric problems, but the view of the totality as I envision this at this moment in time, with all my limitations, etc. Maybe they will say, don't you think that you have a tendency to be a little bit excessive sometimes for the good? We didn't ask so much. No. We just wanted to reduce the unemployment rate by 1 or 2%, 2 or 3% of growth of the wages. If you could do just that, that would be great. We don't need the totality. There's too much in the totality. Maybe. The Americans, when they are a little bit arrogant, they are accused of being full of themselves. People like Trump, Kanye, who else? The Americans, Reagan, etc. God, here I'm in the mood to laugh, but God is so full of himself. America is made in the image of God. My current view of America, it's 19th century libertarian individual collective virtue. Yeah. But here more seriously. America is so... Here I will speak honestly what I can. Around the dark years of my intellectual development, 2012 or 13, I guess, I remember thinking about Western cartoons. And I realized Western in the sense of cowboys, etc., the frontier, etc., etc., cowboys and Indians, etc., etc. And I remember thinking, I was 21 years old back then, 20 or 21 years old. Hey, but this culture, the Western movies, etc. Actually, it's American. I had become disconnected completely from intelligence for many years, and I just connected the dots between modern pop culture in the perspective of continental Europe and the history of America in the 19th century. I realized that that was when America was a little bit self-assertive. There was the Western of the 1950s and 60s, where they really, the white man asserting himself. Then, the Indians have been mistreated, let us lower down, etc. And then that's the opposite, let us trash talk white people, because, yeah. But the relatively assertive view of the history of America in the 19th century, this is the kind of stories that continental Europeans of my generation, some of them have grown up with. I'm not even talking here about all the TV shows which are modern America, but simply I realized this. So I was completely ignorant when I connected these dots, because I was not even aware of that the Westerns, it's the story of America in the 19th century predominantly. And now, 10 years later, my view of America has been enriched. I'm still partly ignorant of many aspects of American history and American politics, and I cannot know as an empirical individual for the simple reason that I have not grown up in America, etc. So I cannot know the spirit of America in a sense of Americans who live on the continent, in the society. I cannot empirically. I have not grown up in this context, but I can see the universal view, etc., etc. And I still believe, and I still know that the Americans, they are the only people who might understand me, because of the puritanical aspect, the excesses maybe of Protestantism and Christianity, but also the good aspects, yeah. That's why one of the conscious intentions that I've had over the past few days, which has generated partly some of my breakdowns of my crisis, is basically one of my expectations has been just to have a peaceful discussion with an American. A peaceful discussion, but in order to have a peaceful discussion, yeah. But if there's already one American who has, at least 3 Americans have been aware of what I've been talking about, but one American who identified as an American has been interested in my content that I have been publishing over the past few weeks and months, from this moment in time, we're the 23rd of November, and it has helped me a lot in gaining confidence. There's one person who is vaguely interested consistently in what I've been talking about. It has given me an enormous amount of confidence, because I tend to suffer from, how do you call this? Lack of confidence and anxiety. But then I also have this tendency as a singular individual, when people start to like me, even if it's just one person, maybe I have a tendency to become a little bit overconfident. Sometimes I've made this mistake over and over again, but I will try not to. But yeah, just one like on some of my videos has helped me tremendously, because it has kind of given me the confidence to think that I'm not doing this all in vain. Yeah. And at this moment in time, my conscious intention with these documents, the videos that I intend to publish, the previous one and this one and the next videos, is still to import the great ideas of America in science, politics, etc., and religion, wherever I go and wherever I find myself empirically, as long as I have an empirical location. And I encourage everyone to do this, because first, the Americans, if the Americans could look at themselves in the mirror for all their good aspects, they would say probably, whoa, we are a great country. A little bit excessive. Maybe some Americans suffer from obesity. There are sociological, anthropological, economic, chemical reasons, etc. But maybe that's partly an image of God, in the sense that maybe God is so full of himself, like I said, that an excess of content. But yeah, that's why they are still encouraged to lose weight, like I have done. But I can understand why people might be overweight, because maybe God is overweight. Too much ideas, too much intelligence, too much brilliance, too much content, too much Here, what I'm talking about is the totality. These are the determination of logic. I will not comment. I will, as long as I publish video, I will make lectures to make this intelligible. But these are not all, but most of the logical determinations which help structure reality, think about reality. It's Sein, Dasein für sich sein, die reine Quantität, Quantum, der Grad. That's the mind of God simplified. Then we have the measure. It's not. I've not had the time or the interest in translating this into French, English. It's in German sometimes. Sometimes it's translated, sometimes not. It's unfinished, but equality, inequality, diversity, identity, difference, comparison, positive, negative, opposition. These are some of the categories which help structure the life of most Western countries, the Western world, the US, all Western countries eventually. I'm not, I could comment, but I've made videos on logic and I intend to keep doing so. If people, at this point, either they don't understand anything at all, or they understand a lot, or they do not understand anything. I don't know, the truth, das Wahre ist das Ganze, the truth is the whole. That's why I share all my documents, or most of my documents, which have been useful for me, that I've been working on. The truth of a country is all the aspects of society, but also anthropology, culture, religion, philosophy, the entire history. That's why there is the America of the 18th century, the America of the 19th century, the America of the 20th century, the 21st century, and the same goes for Germany, England, France, and all other countries. Every country is a fully determined entity, sociologically, economically, politically, during any given time era, but also throughout his history. The history, the truth of anything is the totality, all the moments, the unpleasant moments, the good moments. Here I'm in a moment when I'm starting to have a headache, but I will continue nonetheless. I do not buy medicals to prevent headaches any longer. I sleep well to try to appease. These are the I cannot comment. These are the categories which structure the mind of God, the mind of humans, the structure of reality. As long as I make video, I will illustrate. Otherwise, I've already done enough illustration. These are the categories that physicists, scientists, economists use spontaneously. The truth is in the middle, because in mechanism, centrality, in chemism, the neutrality. The example that I have in mind is the truth of the question of race is neither anti-racism nor racism, but race realism. That's in the middle. That's intelligence, an intelligent scientific conversation between all people who can have a conversation about these topics. That's here an example where the truth, the balance, the righteousness is in the middle, but the middle point can only be found after switching from one side to the other, trying to limit the excesses. But there are excesses in anti-racism in the modern world, which are reaction against the past excesses of racism in the past, and they bring about other new excesses in racism again, etc. And the proper balance is to have a peaceful discussion about race. That's what I've been sharing, anthropological data. My eyes hurt. Could be worse, but my head hurts. Could be worse, but Oh, there you start complaining now. Look at all the suffering you put us through. I know. I don't know precisely. I have to. Yeah. Here are the modern branches of the sciences and some conferences. These are always the same names because I reuse them in various documents, but they can be complemented and complemented by others. But yeah. I'm with the people. I have a simple diet. I drink only water. I eat only fruits and vegetables and dry bread. I'm a poor victim of capitalist oppression. That's a joke. I'm trying to put an end to the excesses of capitalism, among other things, and the excesses of communism. Yeah. Most of what people buy in developed economies is useless in comparison with more important things in life. So here are the categories of the physical world: space, time, the location and movement, the position and movement, matter and movement. These are the categories which structure the physical sciences. Yeah, it helps clarify and think properly. This is still nature, illustrated. I haven't modified for weeks. That's what I thought. The European mythology, people who are connected to certain aspects of the natural world, songs who might help clarify. This is how nature is being structured, with the categories of the modern sciences to make things more intelligible. Universal individuality. I'm becoming a little bit boring because I'm very tired, but it's really bureaucratic here. If I can pick myself up after a good night's sleep, I will be more. I don't know what word to use. I will be more productive. But here it's really bureaucratic. But the kind of bureaucratic information that I share, they are really interesting. And here, if people with the intelligence, the leisure, the time, other than myself, because I work all day, but do not have any interest in studying any of these topics, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. Yeah, so this is nature. Here I'm really becoming a little bit tired, a little bit decadent, but I will nonetheless show broadly the view. These are the categories which help structure the thought of nature. I do not comment. This is our universe. There's only one universe. So this is my universe. As long as I can peacefully act or think or talk or meditate, I will take interest in my universe in which I live. Not without compromising on my ethical standards, but as long as I can peacefully read books a few hours a day or watch videos, I will keep doing this because I encourage others to do so as well. If I can no longer these songs are great. Actually, my problem, I have many problems, I have all the problems, is that I've been trying to talk about the totality for months and months. In a more and more rigorous way each time, while being further away removed from intellectual seriousness as I envision this from a German perspective. But the more I try to intensify the subdivision, the categorization, the more it became confusing for others. And I've realized, thanks to American common sense, being confronted by ordinary reality, being with empirical people, ordinary human beings, that here I will laugh, but that in a way I have become an insane scientist. I did not plan to become an insane scientist or to become a scientist at all. I was dragged into a process. I'm not responsible, no, but I picked up a thread and I followed a thread and it has unfolded the totality of being. And there is so much in being. That's why eventually the more the months have advanced, the more my expectations have been lowered eventually. Before starting this video, when I had my crisis moments, my purpose was to try to convince others that there is being. But when I talk about being, people are not interested, they find this boring, but everything is. Including that which is not, because that which is not is a topic of discussion, for instance. So it is a representation, etc. So being is, there is being, but being is not just being, it's an entire universe which is structured rationally, one might say. And this is what I've been trying to talk about. And here I'm in a mood to, not to laugh, but to try to just convince others that there is being. That was at some moment, in moment of intense crisis, metaphysical crisis or ontological crisis, I don't know how to name this. I'm just trying to convince other people who are intelligent quantitatively with an education that there is being. There are planets, there is a physical universe, there are people, there are societies, etc. All what I've been talking about for the past 6 hours almost, and I have completely failed to communicate, because the more I have failed to communicate, the more I have intensified my scientific fanaticism in a way, but because I receive no answer. I have thought, okay, it's because that's not rigorous enough, I have to improve, etc., etc. But actually, no. I've understood, thanks to the contact with empirical people, that it's because it's way too complex, infinitely too complex. So here I share the document because it has been part of my process, but it's way too complex. There has to be, it goes too fast, it requires a very high cranial capacity. These are some of the determinations of race differences or racial diversity. That's why people who say it's about skin color, no, there are many more determinations which are to be taken into account to determine the diversity. So these are the categories. Here, I don't even know, because I've tried to share documents very simplified, infinitely more simple than this document. Paper documents, very simplified, and talk about what I've been working on. And I've consistently failed to communicate, even when it's infinitely simplified. That's why sometimes I lose not hope or courage, but I lose confidence, because yeah, no, that's Objective or Geist. Yeah, so here we are in the realm of I cannot I could comment, but people either they are intelligent enough, or for me it's more or less clear. But yeah, someone who stumbles upon this video for the first time and watches 6 hours, he will probably, or she will probably say, what what? I've tried to anticipate everyone else's reactions. I have stopped doing this because oh, that's madness coming back, maybe. No, but here I must confess, I have everything to confess, but a temptation that I've had, and I still have, and maybe I will it's not really negative temptation, but simply to share my simple documents that I've printed on paper in the coming days with ordinary people randomly, just to ask a random person to show him the document, which is infinitely more simple than this, but the view of the totality, the formal view of the totality, and to let this person, a random person, think for about 2 or 3 minutes. What do you think this is about? The categories of the natural sciences, of the soul, of Objective or Geist. If I show just the formal aspect and ask a person, what do you understand when you watch this document? Not this one, but the document that I intend to present. What do you understand? What don't you understand? Because part of the problematic aspect of being who or what I am is that I've been talking to people who have showed no interest whatsoever in what I'm interested in, namely being, the totality of being, the physical, metaphysical, logical, natural, economic, sociological, cultural, anthropological view, cultural view of the totality. People have showed no sign of interest, because I thought, because what I had to say was not interesting enough. But actually, I've understood this now a long time ago. I mean, a few months ago, I guess, that it's because it's infinitely too complex. Infinitely too complex. In this sense, I've already said this, but I will keep repeating this probably. I really am a monster in terms of intellect, without ever having thought that I would have to, but or wanted to, but simply. These are the formal statistics and categories. Of course, they have to be filled with data, with quantitative numbers. That's a society, the culture, the ways of life, the entertainment, the sport. Here we have the energy. In order to understand a society, one has to understand all the aspects. Here we have the educational system with categories from the CIA. And from sociology, we have law, the judicial system, police and prisons. I want to empty the prisons and the mental asylums. Law, rights, crime, property rights, contracts, natural rights, etc., etc. Money and banking. the state, the government, the separation of power, politics, finance. In order to understand a society, to understand any event, one has to recontextualize within the totality. Every society, all society, the world at large, etc., etc. Partly the Protestant libertarian spirit being made manifest, morality, transportation, technology, communication, the media. These are the categories which help structure a society. And here I know that even if I make no commentary, or maybe because I make no commentary or very simple commentary, it's too difficult for people with an ordinary level of intelligence. I'm not being arrogant by saying this because it hurts. It hurts physically here. I'm having a headache, but it's way too complex. That's why I've understood that by adding the ethical aspect, by just illustrating with ordinary ethics, it becomes a lot more intelligible for ordinary people. Maybe that's why religion was invented, to use metaphors, images, to try to help share very complex, speculative, metaphysical views, etc., etc. My head hurts. So that's the view of the totality. Logic is the mind of God, that's up here. Nature are all the determinations in green. I should have begun with this, but yeah. Nature is here in green, 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 green. What do people mean when they talk about nature? All the categories that I've briefly introduced. Here, that's nature again. It's physical, chemical, geological, biological, botanical, zoological, etc. That's nature. In pink and purple, that's the soul, subjective or spirit. The soul in pink, and in blue, these are the institutions. And here we have philosophy, which is the conceptual. No, here we have philosophy, which is the conceptual grasping of the totality. 6 hours and 4 minutes. I will watch this video before posting the video. Not to correct or to compliment, but just to say what it looks like. I will not post the video immediately because eventually I've understood how to make successful videos. They have to be short, entertaining, positive, etc., etc. But my intention is to make a long video which is successful and rigorous, really for the intellectuals, or for everyone eventually, but predominantly for very intelligent people at first, to share all my documents, and then they will use this video as a working tool, because I cannot do all the work myself as a singular individual. There are individual workers in terms of the intellect everywhere, but I cannot do everything on my own, so I share really my most recent and best documents, and then people either they understand broadly and they use them to improve themselves, or they don't. And then I will keep making shorter, more intelligible videos, etc., etc. When it's really probably my last bureaucratic video, I've understood this, where I share just my documents. Because if I want to abolish bullshit jobs and bureaucratic jobs, I have to abolish the bullshit job in my own work and my own bureaucracy, which I've understood. I'm not sure that it's correct, but that's what I've understood. This is what I call bureaucracy in my work, one might say. So here I'm getting rid of the bureaucracy Hopefully it's useful. My commentary might be a little bit annoying, but if people are annoyed, they can switch off the sound and just look at the view, how to think more or less rigorously about the world, about God eventually. Then my document about my videos that I've been publishing since. So I've made the count. I started publishing video in 2019, and then I restarted in 2022. Broadly, I've posted 534 videos for a total of broadly 22,000 or almost 23,000 views for all the videos combined, which is an average of 42 views per video. In 2019, I suppressed, as far as I know, 92 videos. I suppressed all of them, but some of them have been preserved. And in 2022, I suppressed only one video. I think at the end of February. I haven't suppressed any video ever since. And I do not intentionally plan to do this because I try to be honest. The truth is the whole, the totality. So in total, I posted broadly 627 videos on the internet since I think June 2019, but there are 500 still available, 534 plus, yeah. So I have had 3 channels: Cultural Hegelianism, Eternal Light, and Phenomenology de l'Esprit. In bold, here these are videos in French, all the others they are in English, and here I've classified them in a chronological order. In blue, this is on Cultural Hegelianism. This is the number of views that the videos had when I started making this document, namely a few days ago. And that's the date of publication. So 2019, and here 2022, and it will help see the chronological development of my intellectual process. Namely, sometimes I switch from one channel to the other, and from now on, as long as I publish video, I will publish maybe I will reuse this document because it can be useful just for myself and for others to follow eventually if they are interested the process. But eventually, to publish under the description of each video, the past 3 or 4 or 2 or 5 videos in a chronological perspective. I've decided to stop switching channel constantly because it brings more confusion than yeah. So here are the videos that I've posted over the years in 2019. As long as I can peacefully act, I will watch my videos in chronological order. So here, Cultural Hegelianism, Eternal Light, and Phenomenology de l'Esprit. My development has gone at a tremendous pace in 2022. So in the early days of March and the end of February, I posted sometimes 10 videos each day. I will not, I cannot, and I will not deny all the things that I've said, but at this point, I don't know if I'm trapped by all the things that I've said or the errors that I've made. But to be honest, to speak the truth means to be willing to first to accept one's past. This is in my ethical standards. I have to accept all the things that I've said or not said, thought or not thought. And as long as I can experience myself as acting, I will try to correct what I consider might be problematic in a way. But I try to extract some coherence and structure throughout all this process. So here really the chronological development. That's why I've been talking. At some moment, some people will hear about my videos. They will say, okay, he has been talking for a lot of time. And here, again, these are the views. We are the end of November. Yeah. That's why I have stopped trying to anticipate everything, because it's so complex, it goes so fast. There is reality. There are my thoughts about reality, my past thoughts, my plans, my intentions, the consequences of some of my actions, the constant information. Here I will just comment this video, what is being. I had spent a lot of time producing this video. It was the result of intensive thinking and study, and it has, no, this video was pure being, 14 views after a month of publication. And I had, that's when I started retroactively at some to understand that I was completely disconnected, in the sense that I thought, hey, I'm talking about being. Being is what I've been talking about for more than 6 hours now, in a more thoroughly determined way, but I did not understand why people did not understand. After having plunged myself in the empirical world, I now understand more, because when I talk about pure being or nothing, becoming, the pure abstractions of logic, it's unintelligible for ordinary consciousness. Yeah. I started to work not harder, but to work more and produce less videos. I cannot, I mean, I can, but I cannot blame. Oh, he also a mental breakdown moment. I had spent an enormous amount of time working on this video. I thought that it would interest millions of people in the following days, because I presented the totality. Yeah, I genuinely believed. And I've had these kind of failed expectations so many times that that's when I realized, I mean, it happened several times, but that I was really completely disconnected from ordinary consciousness, because I could not understand why people would not be interested in the totality. Yeah, so, yeah. I don't know who will understand what, when, at which moment. I myself, I haven't watched my videos because I keep working, but as long as I can peacefully act, I will watch some of my videos at least, because this is my own production under a state of constant moral pressure. If I have to not justify myself, but to explain, I've lived, not always, but mostly during this year and already in 2019, in a state of constant pressure, because I receive information from everywhere. I suffer from anxiety. It's not maybe I'm playing the victim card, that's dishonest, but really I have worked under a state of constant moral pressure and sometimes moral torment, and this explains why I can be resentful against intellectuals, because they don't have to work under such a pressure environment, in a sense that if an intellectual fails to deliver or makes a mistake, the consequences, I don't know what he thinks, but what I've thought, yeah, so this explains, here I'm in a calm mood, this explains my resentment against scholars, intellectuals, etc. Some of them, because I've suffered in terms of pressure, constant pressure, by watching the news, constantly trying to adapt my worldview to the event in the news, trying to speak sometimes fast, not in terms of eloquence, but in terms of being constrained constantly. And there come a moment where I've just say, okay, it's not that I don't care, but it goes too fast. So I've inverted the perspective, namely from now on I focus on my immediate environment, and if there is order and clarity around me, I can dedicate myself more to the universal. Yeah. These are the documents that I wanted to share. Those that I've been working on, those that I have been, not, some of them I haven't been working on them for many weeks or many months, but these are the documents that I have used recently in my table board, one might say. And yeah, I will conclude by saying that my return to empiricism, my intense return to empiricism over the past few weeks has really helped me tremendously in understanding both my own system and to understand why I was misunderstood, to understand people. The psychological, emotional, empirical aspect has been really important. This explains a lot. I will not post the video immediately, obviously, because I have to upload, but then I want to rewatch the video, and I still have a order to bring in my singular life. But here maybe it's scheming, but I confess that if it's scheming, if it is, but it's not scheming, it's simply that I have to clarify myself in terms of I want to talk about my life. I intend to do this in the French language to equalize in terms of potential knowledge the English-speaking audience and the French-speaking audience as regard to my empirical self. Then the universal knowledge, if I can share the idea, others will understand, and then I know that I am all alone to solve all the problems. It has become so complex. And I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. I have tried for 4.5 years, since August 2018, to not consistently and not constantly, because I've had a pause. But when I thought about God or philosophy or spirits, I have tried to abolish myself, to abolish my own evil. Yeah. I'm exhausted, physically, psychologically, mentally. I will stop the video, go to sleep on the ground. That's for minimalism purposes. Tomorrow I will keep my daily routine, going out the morning, cleaning my room, etc., etc. I don't know when I will post the video, but I still have work to do. I still have many projects. Being with empirical people has revitalized me in a way. I have an infinite number of projects. Maybe I will never achieve any of them, but I have many things to say on many topics, many interesting things. That's just the beginning of my American Revolution. At least the theoretical background, that's special, that's original. What am I saying? It's not how should I express this? If people hear about what I call my American Revolution, which because of the singular and the universal eventually has to be worldwide at some moment, my libertarian, communist, ecologist, German nationalist, American spiritual revolution, the fundamental theoretical aspect have been this guy, either people say he has no clue what he's doing, or maybe he knows what he's doing. Maybe a little bit of both. What do I want? Eventually, I want to be at peace. That's the end goal. I want Stella. And I want to abolish the guilt and the shame at some moment of being, of existence for myself and for others as well. And also, I want to rest in the long term. And I want free speech. That's the most immediate concern. The immediate concern is free speech, freedom of association, right to bear arms, the fundamental liberties. That's my purpose. Yeah. I have tried to act out of principle when I began the video, saying that I have to share knowledge, even if it's not complete. I have to enlighten others. Don't keep everything for myself. I have shared most of these documents variously, but here all of them at once. That's a little bit too much, maybe. But intelligent people will use them. I cannot do everything as a singular individual consciously. Not as of now, at least. I will keep doing my singular daily routine. Like I said, cold shower, hygiene, sleep, minimalism, diet, supplies, promote local businesses, clarify my thoughts, rest, meditate, work. And I want to I would say to become the center of the world. I would prefer not to, but I can no longer psychologically look everywhere at information from everywhere, empirical, empirical contacts, videos on YouTube, news, to try to anticipate everything, who knows what, who believes what, who thinks what. I have shared my worldview. This is what broadly I understand. This is broadly my worldview at this moment in time. It will have changed tomorrow morning, probably, in terms of efficacy, efficiency, intellect, wisdom, maybe. But I will rest. As of now, I will rest. I don't know when this video will be published, but I will rest. Yeah. Thank you for watching.